All right. Well, for everyone that is getting ready to join us, we are getting ready to start here in about a minute. We are so grateful for anyone that is deciding to hang out with us and spending their time to watch our Dungeons and Dragons show. We are the Couch Cooperative. We are a group of dudes that love playing Dungeons and Dragons that are wanting to spread our adventures out to the world. I have a great group of guys here to play. My name is Ethan. I am our Dungeon Master for the group. We are going to be running through a pretty interesting adventure. We are, at the current moment, going to be playing through Dungeons & Dragons 5th Edition campaign module, The Tyranny of Dragons, starting with the Hoard of the Dragon Queen. It is going to be a great epic fantasy. We are super, super excited, and again, thank you everyone for, whoever is deciding to spend their time with us tonight. I'm going to give a quick opportunity for the players to kind of go one by one and just give a quick, introduction. So we'll go ahead and start. So we'll start here.
Coutre. I've been playing D&D for a while now, and I am excited to get started.
Awesome.
I'm Gabe. I've been playing D&D for a little bit longer, not to brag or anything, but we've been not playing for a while. I've been just fucking itching. So let's do this.
I'm Nick, and I'll be playing a Barbarian for this campaign, so I'm excited to get rolling.
Ruined the secret. Way to go. Ruined. Absolutely ruined the secret.
Ruined? It was
Nice
a secret.
job. Nice work. Congratulations.
No.
No. You're all good. We do have music for our stream if you guys can't hear. We are so grateful that there is a person out there that makes royalty-free music that you can use for your Dungeons & Dragons streams, your at-home games, or whatever other purposes you wish. You can find him on Instagram. His name is Arcane Anthems. He did not put me up to that at all. I just thought to give a shout-out to whoever, decides to give us an opportunity to help, whether they know it or not, to support our stream. So, without further ado, I am ready to go. Are you guys ready to start running through the Tyranny of Dragons?
Yeah, let's
All right, let's do it. So, welcome to the land of Toril, the planet that we will be spending all of our time playing through. The material plane that it rests upon, and the further you dive into the continents of Toril, you find yourselves living within the continent of Faerun. Now, for most Faerunians, Toril is an expanse of land that is not commonly known about. There's so much hidden lore and secrets that Faerun enough is a large enough space for civilization to spread, for the reach of humans and mortals and the other folk that inhabit the world to reach across and to begin to kind of grow. Now, within Faerun, along one of the northern coasts, lies your hometown, the town of Greenest, a small agricultural farming village which has been quite prosperous underneath the watchful guise of Governor Tarball Nighthill. He's been making sure that people are well taken care of, that the surplus of the different crops and harvests that come into town are redistributed back out to the needs of the town, whether, the surplus in profit is rebuilding homes or rebuilding parts of the, farmland, or even expanding the town a little bit further. And he also ensures that in times of shortage that everyone has enough. The town relies on itself, pretty much, for the most part. It is a travel town from the southern lands all the way up north to the great cities of Baldur's Gate, Waterdeep, and even the capital of Neverwinter. You guys have been living here for, a small time in comparison to a lot of the others that have called Greenest home. They are not too keen on outsiders, which you've grown accustomed to over your time. You know that they don't fully see you as equals just yet. Your time hasn't been spent enough, whether you're working hard or hardly working. They just don't have that kind of relationship to kind of see you. And for the most part, you guys kind of get looked over, and while you're treated pleasantly and given a modicum of respect that you deserve, you find your depth of relationships to be quite lacking. But the peace is also a benefit. We begin tonight with one of your 3 adventurers. It is currently night in Greenest, and for the most part, everyone is in their homes. They're sleeping. However, Coutre, your night is not peaceful. You find your dreams racked with a series of terrible nightmares that you thought long gone since arriving at Greenest. Flames, burning, death. People are screaming, running for their lives. But it's all shades. No one is distinct, and it's just these hordes of shadow, almost mannequins of people of various sizes and shapes just running past you, away from something. Which, as that thing begins to get closer and closer, you find yourself gripped, unable to move. You know it's approaching. You find yourself unable to breathe, to stifle out for help. You find yourself locked in place. And this thing gets closer and closer, and this bright plume of flame almost kind of encompasses your vision, blinding you in this dream before it quickly snaps you forward from your bed. You're drenched in sweat, and the sounds of screaming is following you into your awake. I need you to go ahead and make a perception check for me, please.
Okay, first roll. 19.
19?
Plus,
Okay.
plus 1. So
Plus 1, a natural 20.
20.
All right. You get to your senses pretty quickly and find that the screaming that has followed you into consciousness has not gone away. It's very persistent. And it puts a very uncomfortable sense in.
Good perception check.
Things begin to shake and move in your home. You see some of the almost like dinnerware that you've left out overnight. Let's face it, sometimes you forget to clean the plate. Happens. Fall on the ground in your room and shatter against the floor as they fall off the table and break. Something is happening, and these screams are still present.
Can I run outside?
You may. You run to the door and immediately fling the door open and step outwards, and you see Greenest in flames. You see people running past you. I actually need you to go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw for me as a family pushes itself immediately in front of you.
Oh no. That is a 6.
A 6. Okay, so as you step outside and start to see, it's a mixture of different figures moving all over the place. There's buildings that are on fire, the crackling of timber, and the sound of death. And as you step outside, this family of 4 is running in your direction. You don't get any chance to see them out of your peripherals before they bowl into you. You go just complete sprawling onto the ground, unable to kind of move out of their way. And the father of the family, you can see it's a small family. Wife, father looks pretty wounded, and 2 kids that he's kind of holding on to. You can see this woman, the mother, has like a round shield and a broken spear in her hand, and the father kind of looks at you and goes, I'm so sorry, and kind of keeps moving. You see that the mother's just kind of like, cut it out and keep moving. It looks at you. You better move too. As you look behind her, what you see is a series of very small figures, roughly about 6 or 7, that seem to be chasing this family. They're small. They're scaled. They're roughly, I would say, a third your size, scaled with these weird reptilian features to them. And they're kind of chasing, just like, yeah, get them! And moving at this family. What would you like to do?
stop them from getting towards any closer to the family.
How would you like to do that?
Attack them.
You would like, okay. Well, how would you like to attack them?
That's 1d6.
Yeah, I want to shoot a
We're
fire.
not good odds.
A firebolt?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and make an attack roll. Yeah, go for it. Yikes.
That is probably not gonna hit. 12.
12? 12 just hits. So go ahead and roll me some damage.
That is 8 plus 4, so it'd be 12.
What's the 4 from?
My spellcasting modifier.
How do you add your spellcasting modifier? Do you have a feature for that one?
Because I rolled an 8 plus my charisma.
Normally on Firebolt, you don't add your charisma to damage.
Okay.
Yeah, do you have like a feature that does that? I know there's some that
no,
do.
my bad.
Okay, so 8, right?
Yeah, so 8.
Okay, perfect. So, one of these little creatures, the one that's in front, jumps, and he's got this, like, just jagged-looking dagger in his hand, and he jumps at you, and as he flies, you immediately pull this wand, which is kind of on your person, and conjure up this just almost small surge of flame, and flick it towards him. It flies, impacts, incinerates him, and you can hear his high-pitched screeching as he falls to the ground almost beside you, completely missing where you're standing and falling to the ground and dying. There's still 5 of these creatures that are still sprinting at you. There was a 6th that was a little bit further back. You can see he has like a bow in his hand. The other all have either a collection of like spears or short swords or these little kind of like smaller weapons. What do? You've killed one of these creatures. The family, as you turn around, is running in the opposite direction. A lot of the people are tending to make their way towards the keep of Greenest.
I think I'll start running towards the keep as well.
You'll start running? Okay. Because you hesitated to run, the ranged is going to go ahead and make an attack at you
No.
with his bow. Hold on. Ooh, that's going to be a... yeah, that's going to go ahead and be a 23 to hit. Definitely hits. Okay. And that's going to be 3 points of piercing damage. As he pulls this short bow and just sends this arrow flying in your direction, it gets you in the thigh. It digs in pretty deep, and you have to kind of pull it out and drop it onto the ground before then you start running. As you are moving away from these creatures who are keeping up with you, by the way, you're not outpacing them despite their size. You're running and running and running away before you realize the family has got themselves almost caught up against a building, and there are a couple more of these creatures, roughly about like 3 or more of them, that are out in front. Now, as you're running up to this family, they look to you almost in desperate need of help. If you want to describe to everyone what this family now sees, giving an opportunity to see you, what does your character look like?
So I'm a yellow tiefling, kind of like a brighter yellow. I usually wear a fur hat that's it's a little odd, but it has like flaps on the side, kind of like Ushanka. And then I have horns that come from like under it and then out. They're relatively long. I have pure red eyes, and I'm wearing usually always red, mainly like silk and satins and stuff.
Right. Okay, so they look to you in desperate need of help, and you realize you're only bringing more danger alongside you. However, it is at this moment that you see some of your closest friends here in Greenest make their way past one of the other buildings, seemingly fine, but at the same moment they're aware of the current danger. They both step out. One, this more burly human individual, the other, a more kind of live elf. We'll go ahead for you two, if you guys want to describe what your character is as you guys rush past past the building, you kind of see this immediate area.
So, the elf that steps out is kind of a lengthy elf. He has a generic elf features, very, very pale. He's actually bald, and he's wearing a kind of a toga with a dark brown undershirt, and the toga is dark green, kind of the color of like dark green leaves on a tree. And he's got dark brown pants to match that, and he's got a rapier strapped to the side of it.
My character is, as he said, more of a bigger, burlier, kind of looking human male, flanking him on his side, wearing kind of more generic adventurer, almost just kind of casual clothes. But you can tell that it's been suited for adventuring. He has a longer kind of fur cloak that he drapes over his back, and he just carries a lot of axes all over his back. He's got 2 axes strapped to his back and 2 strapped to his belt at least. He also has, you'll notice that strikingly, his shirt, he wears it without sleeves as to expose his arms. And you can see that he has tattoos on his arms, which appear, they're not so much tattoos as they are more like artistic stylizations of actual human individuals. Kind of like how Greek pottery artistry was done, where you see them more in just very formal poses. He's got that on both of his arms, depicting different images of scenes.
Okay, so let's go ahead and get the map ready. If you guys can pull off this top map for me, I'm going to go ahead and place our miniatures here. Yeah, go ahead and take the top one off for me. You guys can take that with us. So you are currently, you guys are running out here. You are, I would say, roughly about there. The family has got themselves kind of caught in this little area.
Would you mind if I set this out of the good? Are you going to keep this? No, I'm going to.
Let me go ahead and get our creatures here.
Oh, town of Greenest. Oh, is that the family?
That is the family, yes.
No, not the family.
That is the family. They got 3 and these little red scaled kobolds are currently on them. And we have 6 that are chasing. That's too big. 6 that are chasing after you. Go ahead and get a few more here. And then we will go ahead in just a second. We will roll initiative. All right. Yeah, they got 4. You have 6 on you. All right, so let's go ahead if we can. Let's go ahead and roll initiative for me, please. Now, I will describe what the fullness of the town here in a moment. Once we're done with our initiative. For everyone watching, I have a really awesome tool that I was gifted on, I believe, my birthday. That or Christmas, I can't remember. But it's these really cool stat trackers, really awesome if you guys are running games on your own and just want to be able to have, you know, some better options on keeping a hold of your initiative. So, 25 to 20.
I got a 21.
You got a 21.
I got a 22.
You got a 22.
Yes.
Not bad, not bad. And then what'd you get, Luck?
16.
16.
Hey, that's not
Okay,
bad, man.
okay. So, what we have here is we are going to have Haakon up first. Now, as you guys have rushed out into the actual, like, town space and are getting ready to still make your way to the keep, you know that the Castellan, Escobar the Red, is more than likely trying to marshal as many individuals to get back under the keep's walls as possible for safety and security, especially the women and children. The biggest threat in this town is not the sheer number of these creatures. And in fact, it is at this moment that a massive blue-scaled dragon flies overhead low over the town and flies over you all. and begins to shoot this just giant bolt of lightning that scorches across the ground, tearing into one of the houses that's on the other side of the road there, completely just destroying it. The house catches on flames, and you can see if there were anyone in there, there's no way that they're still alive. And he immediately just and picks himself up and begins to fly a little bit high and starts to circle. So, Haakon, you're first one to go. So what would you like to do? You're the first one up. You bustle out of running towards the keep. You saw this family get cornered. That was what you two first saw. As you move out, you see immediately on your right a whole bunch more of these little creatures, followed by your friend.
Can I look at the dragon? Is the dragon
Dragon
the keep
is
or just the city?
circling the town.
The town.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't have the time to look at the dragon too much because there's a lot going on in the current moment. But as best that you saw, he seems to be circling and coming in and just destroying things.
Okay, so I'm going to turn to my friends and I'm going to say, we need to get the family and get them to the keep now before it's too late. And then I'm going to use my movement and move in front of is that the mother right there?
Yeah, so the mother is the one that's in
10,
front.
15,
She's got a
20.
shield.
25, I can move right here.
Okay, so you use 30 feet of movement, you
And
run up.
I'm going to bonus action rage and then attack.
Okay,
with my
so
greatsword.
you rage as you run forward straight into the fray, pulling your great sword out. Go ahead and make an attack roll.
Can I see the dice roll?
Yeah, so
Not you. Thank you.
you want to take one. I'll take
Not you. 10.
It'll hit.
That's a 16 to hit.
A 16 to hit?
Yeah.
Okay, that definitely hits. Go ahead and roll some damage here for me.
What I'm talking about, baby.
Wait, what's 6?
Not a great sword.
Yeah.
Oh, double sixes. That's gonna be 12. I add strength to that as well, right?
You have strength, and because you're raging, you have your
16
rage bonus.
plus 2 is gonna be 18 points of damage.
18 points of damage. Yeah, no, this you run straight at this kobold with this great sword, and you run and almost pivot. You catch your feet and use the force of your momentum.
Take him out,
Bring this great sword straight over top of his head, and it just eviscerates him from the top down. Yeah, he completely dead. The other three have now immediately become aware of your presence at that, and all of them almost kind of jump because of the sheer force of this blade flying towards these creatures.
Where would you like?
Yeah, just go ahead and put it somewhere. That's totally fine. All right, so we got one of those creatures. One of these kobolds is now dead. Is that your turn? That's your turn?
Yes, that's my turn.
Okay, you run up, just screaming with rage as you bring this blade down. Okay, perfect. We are going to go ahead and go to Arboris. You're up next. You saw the same thing that Lux has seen. So, and the same thing as Haakon. You have a group on either side.
I'm gonna go move towards the creatures.
Okay.
5, 10, 15, 20. I'm gonna go 25. Go right here.
Okay.
Smart play.
And then I'm going to pull out my rapier.
Okay.
And then I'm going to flip it around. I'm not sure how I flip it around, and then I'm going to just go for a.
The stab? Go for it. Make an attack roll.
Okay.
Get him.
Let's see. Leave this poor family alone.
They are nowhere close to listening to a word you said, watching their companion get cut clean in half.
Okay. I got a 16.
16, that hits. Yep, that does. Go ahead and roll some damage.
Are you kidding me?
Twice, dude.
Way to go.
Okay, I got a 7 plus my dex,
Correct, yeah.
and that is a 12.
12. Okay, so you run around, moving in the opposite direction, almost like a pincer, as you try to just snip off the first two kobolds of this group. Pulling out your rapier, you move behind, and thrust straight into his back, and you can see the blade go straight through kind of his shoulder because you're going down, goes through the top of his torso and flings downward kind of through the pectoral, and he kind of, and you can see blood fly out of his mouth, and then the body immediately goes limp before you pull the blade out, before it drops to the ground. It's just a quick, very surgical strike, and you drop that creature straight down. Is that going to be your turn?
That will be. Actually, I'm going to take another 5 feet of movement and go right there.
Okay, so dropping that one, you immediately push yourself just a smidge up, putting your back up against the building. Perfect. Lux, you're up next.
I'm gonna move forward a little bit.
Just a little?
Run,
you have 6 of these creatures on you, man.
You got 30 feet, bro. Where are you going?
That's where I'm going. And I'm gonna use Guiding Bolt, and I'm gonna twin it and shoot the first 2.
Okay.
Oh, we're going for the full squad. Shit.
All right. I don't know how much damage you need to throw at these little guys, but let's go.
Nick's got it. Nick's got the damage.
Yeah, you're about to see these numbers. He just twin spelled the guiding bolt.
Oh.
So that would be 12.
12? To hit?
Yeah.
That just hits.
That
just hits.
I thought he was going to say
I think because you twinned it, though, you're making a separate attack on the other one, so go ahead and roll an attack roll on the second.
You got this.
Guiding bolt.
You had enough.
Yeah. He rolled a 14. So.
14. Okay, yeah, so both hit. So let's go ahead and you get to roll 2 sets of 4d6 worth of radiant damage. While you're rolling those, what happens is you are still running, and you see your companions run straight into the alleyway, and you're like, no. And as you keep running, you're trying to kind of pull out of the magical well within you. You pull out your wand and immediately conjure in the palm of your hand this bright yellow radiant flame. You turn around, and as you send it up, it splits into 2 as you're able to actually manipulate the control elements of this magical spell. You split it into 2, and like almost like a tennis game where like you're just spiking it down, you just slam your wand forward, and both of these guiding bolts go flying into the first 2 kobolds. How much damage total?
Okay. Like both combined or 15?
Total, no. So like 1 each.
Okay, the first one was 16 radiant, and then the other one was 15 radiant.
And it just destroys. So this guiding bolt impacts both of them. And it's kind of like a little bit of a delayed blast, almost kind of like a Halo 3 like sticky grenade, but a little bit faster. So the guiding bolt flies into the creature, and it reaches, and then poof, this controlled burst of energy, which is supposed to kind of illuminate the target, as well as dealing this divine wrath. Just it has this combined explosion of the 2 that just destroy the first 2 running at you, causing the other 4 to kind of like look immediately like for like a few seconds. Is that gonna be your turn?
Yeah, that's my turn.
Okay, so next we go to the family. The only one that's capable of moving right now is the mother. So she's gonna go ahead and use her spear, and she's gonna make an attack roll against the one that you are.
Yo, this mom
with.
goes hard, dude.
Yeah, the father, as you can see, is terribly wounded. He's pretty bad. So he's kind of keeping an eye on the kids, but he can't really fight at the current moment. So she goes ahead and makes a 21 to hit.
Does the mother look like a fighter?
No, she's got a broken spear and a small wooden shield, but this is her family. Like it's either pick this wooden spear up and do what she can, or watch her kids get torn to shreds.
Shit.
So she went with the right path here. Let's see, we got. All right, so. Actually, that attack was an advantage because you guys are flanked. She does not crit. That is no bad. She does hit, and she deals just a few points of damage. You realize she's not really martially trained, but she stabs out with the kind of like the broken spearhead, and it kind of catches and grazes across the top of the kobold's shoulder, and it kind of like recoils out in pain as he gets sliced up, and then she immediately pulls it back in, and just kind of is expected and waiting to see what kind of happens next. Next up is going to be the kobolds. So, what is going to happen? We're going to go ahead and move those 4 if we can. They're going to move. They got 30 feet of movement. So let's go ahead. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30,
Close.
5,
I don't
10,
you
50,
can
20,
try.
25, 30.
You
Okay.
gotta get your pockets red.
So, the one that has a bow is going to still take his shot at you, Luck. So he's going to go ahead and pull his bow out or pull another arrow, knock it, and send it flying. That is going to be an 11 to hit.
Yeah, it doesn't.
That misses. So as he sends the arrow flying, you see it kind of coming towards you, and immediately kind of like duck underneath it, and it kind of flies overhead. The other three, they go ahead and they kind of put away their weapons because they're not on you at the moment, and all kind of pull out a series of slings. They knock a rock in one, they twirl it, and they're all going to throw a rock in your direction. So first one's a 6. Next one is an 18,
So funny.
and the last one is a natural 20.
Yeah, you got crit by a sling. You probably are.
Okay, so on the first one you take 3 points of bludgeoning damage.
How much? You have 1 HP, right?
Huh?
He goes down. He has
Wait,
1
Oh,
HP.
when
yeah.
When did you take damage?
From the first arrow. So they send these towards you, and one of these
Oh no.
one of these rocks hits you like against the chest, and you're like, and this other one flies straight to the temple, like well placed, and it's a bit bigger, like almost kind of like a nice palm-sized rock that just clunks against your temple, and you guys can kind of see behind as he just falls to the ground, as he just gets dropped by this nice little rock.
You went down there.
Yeah.
Oh, this is going to be a lot of fun. Okay, so we go up. Haakon, you're up. Arboris, you are on deck.
Can I say? Am I allowed to speak to Nick in character?
Not right now.
Fuck.
You can tell him something, but you can't speak in character. It's not your turn.
Well, I don't want to metagame. Well, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna look at you, and I'm gonna say you've got this, and I'm gonna run over. You know what?
Yo, you read my mind, dude.
Yeah,
Let's
no,
go.
And I'm gonna go and attack. I'm gonna move 5, 10, 15, 20.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna attack this.
Okay,
one right here.
yeah, go ahead and make an attack roll.
Can I get the bonus?
Yes, right.
7. My plus is 1.
Die level 1.
7 plus 6 is 13.
13, that hits. That definitely hits. Go ahead and roll some damage.
We'll take it. You're gonna double 6s again. 6.
Oh.
Double 6. Double 6. And
Oh,
5 is
that's
11.
pretty good.
Plus 2 is 13.
Plus your strength.
Plus strength is 17.
17 points of damage. So, you look over at Arboris, kind of confirming that you're about to go throw yourself at these kobolds that have downed your companion. Charging at them, you bring your greatsword up and bring it straight through this kobold who has no he threw his rock, and he's like, I got him! Ah! And just gets completely cleaved as you just bowl through him like a train. That one is gone. That one is completely gone
We'll take
and
it.
eviscerated.
Okay.
Okay, so that's your turn as you move up. What do you want to do?
I
You have a
forget,
bonus
can I
action.
Throw an axe as a bonus action or no? A hand axe.
No, because that would be
So,
range.
no.
Yeah, it'd be an
Then
attack
that's
action.
my turn.
Okay, so yeah, so you move up. Perfect. Arboris, you're up next. What do you do?
I'm gonna sheath my sword,
Okay.
my rapier,
You immediately put your rapier back in
and I'm gonna go for an unarmed strike
Okay.
Maybe
on the injured kobold.
on the injured kobold. Okay, so you do have advantage because you are flanking with this woman. Which now that you have a little bit of some time, since you're kind of looking in her direction, her name is Lenon. This is the Swift family. Her husband, his name is Coutre. And you can see they have their 2 kids with them, who are just absolutely terrified. So Lenon is fighting for the life of her family, and you are going for it.
So my unarmed strike, this one was a 19 plus
That hits. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go for it. Go for damage.
7, I think. My unarmed strikes get proficiency, right?
They get your dexterity
Just
towards
damage.
damage. Yeah, they
Okay,
get your
well-
dexterity to damage.
It would have been 24. Because I got.
Oh, you're talking about the attack roll? Yeah, the attack roll gets your proficiency.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. The damage gets your dexterity modifier.
It's a D4. Fuck, are you kidding me? Should I re-roll that if it landed on
Yeah,
the
do a
two?
reroll.
Thanks, Ethan. It's a 4 plus my dex, so a 9.
Okay. You immediately sheath your weapon, just come up behind this kobold, and just you hear the bones snap as you kind of pick the body up a little bit, and then drop completely, just limp to the ground. You have one. You do, because you have your unarmed strikes. You may make a bonus action attack against the other one. So go for it.
Now, let's hope I can fucking one-shot this guy. Ooh, this guy's gal. Alright. This was my hopes. Let's see if I can do it. Oh my god. I got a 14.
So 14.
Yeah.
That hits.
And then... Alright, I need another 4, baby. Okay. I got a 7.
7 points of damage. And after you drop the body, you immediately turn to the one that would be like directly to the left, and just quickly punch out with your fist. It strikes against the side of his head, and you feel bones shatter under the weight. Even though it was quick, it was powerful. And you just watch as this one just immediately kind of slams up against the building, and then drops. And you can see there's this big dent in the side of his head. So yeah, you got the other one. And the family kind of sits there and looks, and you can see Lenon kind of looking, goes, "Thank you. All right, we need to move."
Be off with your family.
And that's going to be your turn. Go ahead and make a death saving throw, my dude. First combat. Way to go.
Yikes. A 2?
A 2? Okay, that is one failure. One failure.
Come on.
Okay, the family is going to go ahead and run off, and then the kobolds are going to be up next. So we'll go ahead and go 5, 10, 15,
This is gonna be a rough
30, 10, 15, 20, 30, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Okay, so as they kind of push off, the kobolds are going to move up to you,
No.
and
No.
they have
No.
pack tactics.
Yikes.
Yeah, they're all flanking.
So they're going to swarm. Well, no, they don't need to flank. They're just going to swarm around you, and they're each going to pull out kind of a like a small dagger, and they're going to go for it. So you are raging though, so you do kind of have some physical damage here. No worries. First one's going to be a 22 to hit, followed by a 19 to hit, and an 11.
So the first two will hit.
First two hit. Okay. So on the first one, you take 5 points of damage that you have to 3, and another 5 points of damage on the second, so you have to 3. So you take 6 points of damage total. As they all start kind of stabbing at your thighs and into your waist. One stabs like right at the knee, and it kind of buckles for a second, which gives you kind of enough room to catch another one that's like going towards your gut, and another one slices across your kind of like your tricep as that happens. That's going to be the kobold's turn, so you're up next.
We need to make it at least even odds. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna just attack the one to my left.
Okay, go ahead and make an attack roll.
Unfortunately. Not one.
Not one?
Not one.
Okay. So, because you have a dagger in your knee and you're holding another one, you just don't you don't have the opportunity right now because you're trying to fight these two blades. You just don't have the opportunity to pick up your sword, which you had on the ground for a brief moment, to deflect. So you just couldn't grab it and swing. You have to hold on for to ensure that you don't get stabbed any further. Is that your turn?
Yeah, that'll be my turn.
Okay. Let's go ahead and go to Arboris.
Okay, I'm going to go 5, 10,
Mm-hmm.
15,
Yeah.
20.
Okay.
I'm going to punch this guy.
Okay. Make an attack roll.
Roll it, baby, roll it. We got a little collection.
Okay. Do I get flanked? No.
No, not on this one. You don't.
Well, it's a 18 plus.
That still hits.
Yeah.
Did you look at an 18 and go, "Can I get advantage on that?" I said a 12 hit. Go for it. Roll some
wanted a
damage.
crit.
Go for it. You roll some damage. Let's do it.
Okay, that is 8.
8?
Yeah.
Okay, so you run towards him and almost like Bruce Lee, kind of spring yourself up and bring this kick down. Your foot cracks against the top of his head, and you feel that you watch the head just move in a direction that it shouldn't on the base of the neck. The body drops with your momentum. You land on the ground, immediately seeing the one that's right in front of you. Go ahead and make your second attack. Or your bonus action with your martial arts. Go for it.
Nat 20.
Okay, go for it. All right, let's do it. We don't need to create kobolds. Let's go. Let's go it. Let's go with it.
I'm okay with rolling a 1 now. I mean, even though I one-shot him with a 7. But that's a... So the first one is... So 2, and then...
Okay.
Oh, 5. And then a 3. So 5 plus 5, so 10.
10. Okay. Yeah, so you jump onto your feet immediately looking at this one, and you take your fist and just uppercut. And as it catches him up against the jaw, you feel the whole jaw kind of snap and break as it kind of shifts away from the actual like head. It kind of moves in an unnatural direction, and the body actually lifts maybe about 5 feet off the ground.
Oh shit!
And just lands on just completely limp. At about this point, you guys see as the dragon has begun to circle itself back. It looks like it's getting ready to make another run.
And it struck here?
On our street.
No, it struck in another area of the town originally, but it flew overhead.
It seems to be...
So it's getting ready to make another run. So you guys don't have a lot of time. We have Lux. Go ahead and make another...
He failed, but it's not a 1.
What is it?
6.
6? Okay.
Wait, can I use my Favored by the Gods to roll 2d4? I don't know if I'm allowed to do that if I'm unconscious.
Let me
Dude, I swear it's the D6.
Let me check. Let me go ahead and take a look at the real quick and see if it maybe specifies.
No, I'm curious.
Fine. Favored by the
How many of
gods.
these fuckers have I killed?
So it does say if you fail a saving throw or miss an attack roll. So this would be a death saving throw. You absolutely may. Go ahead. This will be your use of Favored by the Gods. You can roll 2d4 and see if you get 4.
Wow. 3. That is 12.
Okay, that counts as one success for you then. You can see bodies kind of moving around you, like your vision's blurry, so while you believe it to be your companions, it's just everything's kind of moving in different directions, and because again, you suffered a pretty big head wound, so everything's really fuzzy, and you kind of keep getting ready to move out. It looks pretty bad. You're bleeding down the side of your head. Now, as you guys are kind of looking at the last kobold that's here, the next turn up is going to be the Lenon's family. What's going to actually happen is Lenon is going to maneuver around the building, having her husband go ahead and push the kids up here. And 15, 20, 25. So they've made it to the keep. 5, 10, 15, 20. And let me see here.
Back. It pays to be a hero.
What? She comes back just like getting ready to just Hercules it. She's going to go ahead and make an attack roll. I'm going to give her disadvantage because it's a broken spear. And she's going to make an attack. She's going to throw the spear at the kobold.
What if she hits me? What if she hit you?
First one is a 19 to hit. Followed by an unnatural 20. So she does hit, which is a little nuts. All she has to roll is a 5. And she kills this creature. Otherwise, it's gonna get an attack on you. She rolls a 3. So she throws this kind of broken spearhead, and it flies, and you kind of see it out of your peripherals, and so you immediately kind of turn and watch as it just impales itself into the top of the torso of this kobold. This kobold, who at this point is like, has just watched all of his companions just get eviscerated in front of him. It's just like, and he's gonna grab it and just, and he's gonna pull it out of him and stab you with it. Is what he's gonna attempt to do. Deals a little bit more damage than his dagger. He is gonna do. It's a 15 to hit.
No way, son. That'll just hit.
That just hit.
You know, you're
And that's gonna be 7 points of piercing damage that you have to form.
Are you down?
Okay. And he pulls it out of him and just stabs it into you, and it kind of goes through the side. You can feel it kind of go under. It kind of splits some of your ribs, and it feels very painful. And he immediately lets go. At this point, he's realized his life is over. So it's your turn. So how do you want to? Yeah.
I'm gonna grab him by the neck and then take it back out and stab him back with it.
Oh.
Scream
Okay. Okay. Go ahead and make an attack roll. So you pick him up by the throat and just stab him.
Right here.
Yikes.
Darn it. Is that
Nothing's happening
Is that
this
attack
time.
with strength?
Yes, it is a strength. Yeah, spears in melee are a strength weapon. Yeah.
So that's gonna be an 8.
An 8 to hit.
Yeah. It's gonna miss, isn't it?
That is gonna miss, unfortunately. So as you pull it out, you find it actually kind of lodged.
Okay. So
So
when I do that,
it's stuck at a weird angle, and you don't want to just rip it because it got kind of caught in your ribcage.
can I then let him go and use my movement to back up 30 feet?
You can. He will make an opportunity attack against you. But you can.
Never mind.
Okay. Is that your turn?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Fine.
Let's go ahead and Arboris, you're next.
Yeah, I'm going to quickly dance around this way. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
Okay.
And I'm going to pull out my rapier.
Mhm.
I'm going to go for a quick slash right through the windpipe.
Okay. Go ahead and make a attack roll. Go for it.
Fuck. I have 11.
Well, what's your bonus?
That just misses.
Well, I don't get wait, do I have
you
proficiency
have
on my
A
rapier yet?
You are not proficient with your rapier.
Yeah,
right
so
now.
it's only a plus.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's only it's an 11.
That just misses. In this close quarters, you've used your rapier a lot. It's
I
for
should've
training.
punched it.
And in this close quarters, in the speed of things, you pull the rapier out and stab forward. And it was right as Haakon actually dropped and let him go. So the momentum of him flying back actually ended up missing the attack. That's going to be your turn, Lux. You have another death save. Go for it, buddy. Let's do it.
Oh, wait, even if you pass it, so you don't give up.
Okay, you passed. You got an 11.
You have an 11?
You better not die on this.
Yeah, 2 success, man. That's good. That's good.
You know how it goes, though. He's gonna fail the next one.
It's 1-1, man. That would be painful. Okay, so that's a success. The family's gonna go ahead. She doesn't have a weapon, so she's gonna kind of look at you guys like, and she's gonna book it. So the family fully makes it to the keep. They make their way inside. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. She uses action to dash. The kobold.
When I slashed my rapier, what did he like? How did I like? What was the miss? Like, did he just duck?
Well, no, because he had him. He had him picked up. So when he put him down, because he doesn't have him grappled, when he put him down, that's when you went through. It was like 2 objects kind of moving.
Oh.
Yeah. So this kobold is going to, seeing you miss him, he's going to test his luck. He's going to disengage from you, and he's going to run. So you do get an opportunity to attack against him, but he is going to run.
He's not getting away. I rolled a 13.
A 13. Okay. So as he kind of watches you and moves off to the left, he gets skewered against the side, almost like a shish kebab. Just gets skewered and impaled quickly before he kind of drops. He trips over Lux on the way down, and goes down. At this point, the dragon is swooped down and is almost directly in front of you guys and above. This big, massive, just incredible wingspan, blue scales, massive horn right in the center, almost like a rhinoceros horn. And you can see the lightning begin to kind of like, as it cracks across his teeth. You can tell what he's about to do, and just as this massive beam of lightning zigzags across the ground, kind of around you, and just starts destroying homes. And before he immediately just and then surges back up. What do you guys do?
Can I immediately try and grab Coutre's character and
Yeah.
drag him to the nearest house, just to kind of get him off the street?
Yeah, the houses are not safe at this current moment. Like, one might be empty, you can definitely do it.
Well, not like into it, just kind of like just
Prop
near
him
it,
up,
just,
sure.
just to be outside of the street.
Okay, yeah, so you kind of drag his body and you put him up against one of the homes, kind of like an intact wall.
And I'm gonna kneel down to you, and I'm gonna start kind of smacking you on the face. Hey, you okay, man? Come on, let's go. Get up.
He's not gonna get up. We're just gonna have to carry him.
All right, fine. And I'll pick him up and I'll sling him over my shoulder then.
Okay.
I'm gonna say, all right, well, where are we going?
Well, I guess we'll follow the family.
Okay, let's go.
All right, we need to hurry.
Okay.
So I have him on my shoulder then.
Okay, so yeah, so you guys
keep.
have him, and
Are
as you run to the keep, you can see. Yeah,
I was gonna say, can I stop real quick? Is there anyone else out on the street? Or is
you
it just
see
us?
people in like small comparisons. So as you make your way into the center roadway, you kind of do a quick scan while you have Lux over your shoulder. What you see around you, and go ahead and make a perception check for me. I'll say at disadvantage because you have someone on you that's in the midst of dying, so it kind of puts a little bit of a pressure on you. But go ahead, and I'll let you know what you can see.
That's one.
It's at disadvantage because you have Lux on your shoulder.
Yeah.
That would have been dope. You're like, I
Little
can do a systematic full scan of my
Oh.
surroundings with my dying friend.
Dude, it's a 19. It's gonna be like a 23.
Okay, so you do kind of look around while you're moving. You're naturally athletic, so holding him isn't really that big of a problem. So as you scan around, what you notice is there are a huge mix of these kobolds that are running in and out of these homes. What you do notice with that roll, not a lot of townsfolk are lying dead in the street. It's just enough to cause impact.
Do
You
the
do
kobolds do they seem to be looting? Like, are they taking
Go ahead and
valuables?
make an insight roll for me.
Okay. This could be like a 23 as well.
They definitely are looting. There are a mixture of these kobolds that are killing people, and there are townsfolk that you see holding their last breath as blades are getting plunged into them. And there's also these quadrupedal, almost like, I would say roughly the size of maybe like a small bear, these scaled drakes that are kind of moving
Like
around.
dragons.
They're kind of jumping on top of anyone that they can get. They do scare people away physically, so they're getting sent into these homes. What you do find interesting is that maybe for each of these types of these drakes that you see, there seems to be almost a human handler. And amidst these kobolds and these other scaled creatures, there are humans that are spread around. There's bandits, or a lot of these either bandits or mercenaries and marauders. You can't really tell. A lot of people with leathered armor, these, just kind of like basic, like sabers and short swords, and they're running around and for the most part, because of your insight roll, you get the impression that they're definitely trying to cause panic is the biggest goal. They're not out here for wanton slaughter.
Do they have an insignia? Or like a
No,
flag at all?
you wouldn't be able to see from this distance if you saw anything.
All right.
No, like the armor types don't match. It's literally like you're just seeing like a whole bunch of different types of kind of like piecemealed together equipment, and that's really what you can see for the most part. There's no other elements to this siege that would give you any indication of organized groups.
How
Now,
separated are they?
they're pretty separate. At this point, you guys kind of see a small funnel of people that are running under. And again, Lux is dying, so you do what you can. You look, and then you move, and you can see at the top Escobar the Red. So this shield dwarf, who in his own right is an absolute just stalwart unit. And he's got kind of like a breastplate on. It's kind of like the fanciest set of armor that you could really have out in these types of lands. Massive breastplate on. And you can see kind of like the rest of his torso for the most part, except for whatever shirt he was wearing before he had to put this breastplate on, is kind of leaving a lot of his forearms kind of open, just massive and hairy, these big, thick kind of dwarven hands. He's got a very big beard, which at the current moment is really kind of frizzy and a little bit kind of matted with either sweat or blood. You can't really tell from the distance because he's up top. However, you can definitely tell that he looks very attentive to kind of the people that are coming inside. And as he sees you guys, he goes, "Oh, crikey. Hey, we're going to need a priest over here." And he can see you guys. He's like, get in, hurry up. And so you guys rush underneath the gateway, and for the most part, you see a lot of the militia, because that's the castellan's job here, is to make sure the town's well defended. A lot of people who have weapons and are ready to fight are kind of encircled the front on the interior of the keep. There are a lot of guards that are kind of surrounding the top, who are, have these arrows out, and they're trying to shoot at this dragon with absolutely no luck. The dragon comes back for another pass and just eviscerates a series of houses with this massive just bolt of lightning that just arcs around, zigzags. You can see the earth churn and move as it splits anywhere that this bolt touches. As you guys move through, you can see one of the local priests that's kind of dedicated to the Temple of Shantae that's here, kind of rushes up, and as you get dropped, I need you to make one more death save. 7. Okay, so that's one failure. I just wanted to know if I had to cast Revivify on you or not. No worries. So you get kind of put on the ground. He's going to go ahead and pump a level 2 Cure Wounds into you. There are only 2 priests here that are actually capable of casting spells. One is the head priest of Temple, Adian Falconmoon. This is not him. This is his squire. So he's got kind of like an apprentice. He's a human male. His name's Bear. And he's kind of like a very youthful, kind of like, I would say kind of like a happy-go-lucky kind of dude. He's very excited to kind of be in this apprenticeship. But that's the one that's currently here at the moment. He pumps a level 2 Cure Wounds into you, and you are going to go ahead and get a total of 11 points of health back. As he kind of puts both his hands on top of you and kind of pushes in this wave of green light, almost like vines begin to kind of start wrapping around your torso before the breath kind of... and your vision begins to focus again right as you see a dragon fly over the keep.
Oh my god. I could feel I was about to leave there.
Are you okay?
You back now?
Yes.
Good, well,
Thank you. Your name was Berth, right?
Yes, you got hit pretty hard. I can see on the side of the head. Please, take a moment.
Can I look at Barrett too and say, do you have one of those for me as well?
Yes, I can. I'm running out of... He's going to go ahead and give you just a level 1 Cure Wounds. And you're going to get 9 points of health back.
What if there's a person that needs it more, and you just took it from them?
Impossible.
You hear this?
Look, I can only offer so much. The Golden Goddess has only provided me with so much to offer.
Trust
I'm
me.
so sorry. There's others that might need it more. I have to be very careful.
You've done enough. Don't worry.
Okay. Now, as you guys are kind of ushered in completely, you can see another figure who's kind of out and about. He, from what you can tell, is pretty exhausted. He's got one of his arms in a sling, and he's kind of limping as he's walking across the parapets of the keep and kind of looking around. So you see Governor Torvald Nighthill. He's kind of, you can see his hairline starting to recede, but he's got long brown hair that kind of flows behind. He's got a sword strapped to his side, which normally is ceremonial. You don't get the indication that right now that is one of his ceremonial blades. And again, his arm's in a sling, and he's kind of shouting out like just some basic, almost like words of encouragement. He's kind of bolstering the guards to kind of help them while they're kind of in this very tense period of time. Escobar makes his way down pretty quickly and kind of rushes to you guys. And seeing as you're kind of like picking yourself up, he kind of gets to you by the time that you've been healed. And he leans down, he's like, "You gonna die on us yet, Horns?"
Not today.
Alright, well get your ass back up then. We got a lot to do. There's a dragon out there. What are you doing on the ground?
I'll turn to him and say, how can we help?
How can...
Well,
There's a dragon!
we
What do you need done?
need to leave.
Right.
That's what we need to do.
Yeah.
Oh, right, because that's definitely what we can accomplish right now, is just walk out of these walls and get turned into dragon food.
Well,
Now, I don't know about you, but I don't want to spend the remainder of my life sitting in that worm's belly.
how long do you think these walls are gonna last?
Well, they're going to last as long as they need to. This is pure dwarven stone.
Do you
Well,
not
yeah.
see the wreckage going on out there?
I can see it, I got both my eyes, but we got better things to worry about than trying to run.
Well,
All they have to do is circle us and we're screwed.
how do you expect to take out a dragon?
I don't. You think we're equipped for that? We're basically dead men walking now.
Well, then what are you wishing for? A painless death? What is it you desire at this point?
If only we could all have one. Now listen, knife ears. This is what I'm gonna say. You're right. I definitely need some assistance. I'm worried, and he kind of points off to the side. Follow me, and he's gonna kind of like bring you guys up to the walls of the keep. At this point, the dragon makes another pass. He's like destroying homes. He's like, don't understand why that dragon hasn't turned that darn breath of his towards us. But I'm not gonna question it that much further. I'm a little bit grateful for it.
Can I?
What do you got?
I'm gonna ask him. What do you mean? Has it turned your breath towards you? Like, he hasn't
Look at the
attacked you
walls!
guys yet, or like he only?
Yeah, look at the walls. Completely fine.
Can I
You
make?
see any scorches anywhere?
Can I make like a perception check for the dragon's attack over the city? Is there any kind of pattern to it?
Yeah, you
Is-
can.
is
Go
like-
ahead and make a insight roll for me, please.
Do you think maybe there's someone in here that he needs to keep alive?
That's gonna be a 9.
A 9. Okay. You can't really tell anything. It's a dragon. I don't know what you thought you could learn from a dragon, but
So
you
I'm gonna
watch
turn
him
him-
and you're not necessarily positive.
Well, I'm gonna ask him again. I'm gonna ask Escobar and say, so you're saying he hasn't attacked the walls yet, but like, is there a reason why, or what do you?
I wish I knew. I don't know why. He just hasn't made his way over here, and that's all he really has to do. He could crack open these walls like an egg, and we'd all be dead by the morning. But we have other people whose lives are quite literally getting ready to die any while. So, and he points out, and you can see the Temple of Shantae, which is on a small hill, just a bit off from the keep. The keep is on almost a hill, which kind of surrounded by the town. It's the highest point, which it really isn't that high, but the temple is on a little bit smaller, of kind of like an elevated space, and it is surrounded. There's quite a bit of people that you can see, and there's also a fire that seems to be burning. You can see smoke kind of billowing from the other side of the temple. It's like I haven't seen Adian Falcon Moon anywhere with Berth here. I have no idea whether the elf has locked himself in there. And I'm also starting to try and count heads, and we're roughly about 30 short. Well, granted, I'm sure a lot of them are out there. But if there's any chance he's got a lot of our people in that temple locked in, they're dead. We have to save them.
Alright.
You're the only ones that I can send out. The rest of us have to stay here and look scary, because I'll be completely honest, if that dragon sees that the temple has people, they're dead.
Okay.
So I wish there was something I could offer, but there isn't. And you can see at this point,
How much are
another human kind of runs down. He's like, Caslin. And he goes, not now, Markuth! Can I count on you?
Don't worry, it'll be okay.
I know
Yeah,
you
for
guys don't get along with a lot of the people here, but we thank you. Now
It's
go
our
save
home
our
too.
people. And you can see at that point, you go ahead and head your way down. As you're running down, he goes, oh, there's a sally port on the south side of the keep. It leads down underneath the walls. You can follow the hill down to the river, and if you cut the court of the river, take it all the way to the top of the little hill thing. Just use the river. And he kind of points his way down. He's like, all right, Marcus, and they kind of start walking off into the distance as they're getting ready to coordinate kind of whatever is next for them. Before you guys head towards the sally port, is there anything else that you guys would like to do at this moment?
We're inside the keep right
You're
now.
in the keep. The
Is
keep
it?
really isn't that big, so there is a massive kind of like tower that functions as really the building, and then an additional sentry tower. That's the sentry tower there on the map, but there's a bigger component to it that functions as like the keep. It's not that big, so a lot of people are women and children are being herded inside, and a lot of the men are being told, yeah, you have to stay outside, and you're either getting a weapon or you're standing in front of that door, and you're getting ready to prevent anyone from getting into the keep. So a lot of people are willing to. You see, and again, Greenest for a farming village isn't really that well equipped. People are using pitchforks, farming hoes, a lot of different types of farming equipment sites, but like more farming style. It's not really the best that you would offer to people in trying to defend their lives, but they'll take every skill that they can get. So, is there anything else you guys would like to do? Anything you guys want to look for before you guys head down?
Can I try and do an insight check to see if there is anyone in here that looks like suspicious or like weirdly like
Sure.
like you know
Sure.
what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Go for it. We'll say over the course of the conversation, after you argued with the Castellan for a bit, that you immediately just kind of start looking around. So we'll say that happened during that time.
I got a 17.
A 17?
Yeah.
Okay. At the current moment, you don't see anyone that makes you think that they're not supposed to be here. The biggest indicator, the only people that seem to be armored are on the walls or out right in front of the gate, ready for anything to come in. So you're looking for like other, because you saw armored, humans. You're kind of looking for that patchwork leather armor. Not seeing that amongst the crowd, and no one kind of looks as if everyone looks terrified. You see a lot of body movement that indicate, like shaking. A lot of people are sweating, cut, bloody, bruised. So a lot of indication that whoever got inside is good.
This feels weird, but let's get out of here.
Let's go to the temple.
Okay. So you guys make your way underneath the Sally Port and head out, making your way down the hill, in which where the river is, it's a river that bends kind of on the south end of Greenest, and so because of that, the town doesn't really extend past it on both the southwest and southeast side. So it kind of acts as like a border. So as you make your way down, you're using the cover of that river and the elevation, knowing that the assault is kind of past you, to safely travel through, basically around the town, not having to worry about going through it. As you make your way to the temple, and it begins to become a little bit more apparent, I would ask all of you to make a perception check for me, please.
Go to 16.
A 16.
A 10.
10? Okay.
12.
Arboris, we got a 12. Okay. 16, a 10, and a 12. No problem. So, our 16, you, as you're looking around, you do notice that the temple does look as if it is currently surrounded quite heavily, actually, but it seems to be that they're split amongst 3 different groups. Now, you can't really tell too much about the 3 different groups, other than one seems to be circling the building, one's on the front of the building, and one's on the back of the building. The back of the building is where that plume of smoke is coming from. So yeah, you can relay that information as best you want, but that's what you see. For you guys, you guys can tell that the building's surrounded. You can't really make out the fact that they seem to be segmented. So you obviously see people, but you point out that they're groups.
I say we go.
I just see people.
There's a lot. There's way more than you 3. So you do have to come up with a plan to make this happen.
Who's side? Whose side?
Wait.
The 16.
Oh.
Wait, is there a storm going on at all?
No.
Not with the dragon? The storm thundering
The
down?
dragon is the storm.
So would that give me, will that let me hide
No.
even when lightly obscured?
Nope.
So there's a plume of smoke coming out the back.
Yep.
And then there's the one flying above and the one below. I think the plume of smoke is.
Yeah, so one
Not
group is
worth it.
surrounding the building, like actually walking around the building, and there's a bunch in that group. There's one at the front and one at the back. You'll have to come up with a plan. Because you, Lux, were able to kind of determine that, you do know that the back of the temple has a small door that does kind of lead you into the building. It's
a little bit lower, so the staircase kind of wraps around the kind of like traditional altar to Shantae, and kind of brings. It's normally where like Adian enters, or he would leave. He doesn't normally leave through the front door. So there is another door. That's probably why they have them grouped up like that. But that's what you see. So.
And these are groups of people or kobolds?
That's a great question. That's a really good question. You guys want to get closer and maybe find out, or what do you guys want to do?
Well, I'm quite stealthy, so I could try and sneak up there and get a better idea. Or if you'd like, I could try and maybe I could, bring someone back, or just pick one off real quick.
I think it's very important that we find
Adian.
It's important to find Adian first, and then get whoever else we can. But Adian, yes, most definitely.
But I don't think.
I mean, first of all, we should get a little bit closer because I don't even know if those people are bad or not.
How close are we right now?
I would say again, the temple's elevated. You guys are kind of still along the river, so you're roughly about, I'll say maybe about 100 feet out.
Okay.
So you guys do have some room to kind of make your way up.
Can I start stealthing when I approach?
Yeah, go ahead and make a stealth roll, and you try to move up quietly, silently, and also a little bit more out of view. Is anyone going with him?
Oh, that 20.
Okay.
Let him
All right.
his thing or follow him?
Dude, this dice is good. I got a nat 20.
So are you going to follow him?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and make a stealth roll for me as well.
I'm not gonna follow.
You got a fucking 19.
Which is +4, which would be 24.
Okay, so you guys kind of keep your bodies low and kind of just very softly are kind of walking, making sure that you're not, making your movements too quick,
Can I
but also
talk to
not keeping yourself kind of out and about. Hold on for just a second. You make your way up. We'll go ahead and let you guys roll a perception check in just a second. Go ahead, whatever you would like to tell them.
If we can, maybe we can, depending on how many are there, we can try and pick one of them off. Or we can do a double, combo at the same time, bring them down.
Okay, go ahead and make a perception roll.
I don't know if the microphones pick that up. Fuck, we need to be a little. I might need to be a little louder. A nat 20 again.
Okay.
Dude, I told you that dice is
All right.
nutty. That dice is nutty. It's cocked.
There's
It's
no
hollow.
way.
It's hollow, dude. No, it's,
Yeah, loaded dice, and it doesn't even have an inside.
it's hollow.
That's what it is. All right. What'd you roll?
I got a 3.
Nice. So, Arboris. So, the group in the front has a human leader, 2 other human individuals who are holding a makeshift battering ram as they're getting ready to break through the front door, and 6 of these kobolds. The group that is surrounding or circling the perimeter of the temple has 3 humans with him, 10 kobolds, and 2 of those quadrupedal drakes. The group at the back has 2 humans and 6 kobolds, and they're clustered pretty close. They're pretty tightly clustered around the temple's back door, and they have a fire that they have. The only issue, to your fortune, is that the fire doesn't really produce that much flame. Instead, it actually is producing a very thick cloud of smoke. It engulfs the back of the temple and kind of blankets the surrounding area. It's very difficult to see inside that smoke. If you didn't have a natural 20, you would not have seen what's inside that smoke. But you're able to see kind of like the movement of the bodies.
See, listen, that smoke, there's 3 humans and 6 kobolds. Everywhere else, basically the same. There's a couple of humans riding some of those dragons, roaming the perimeter with some kobolds. And in the front, there's there's a human leader and 2 other humans, and they've got a battering ram, and they're trying to break into the front door with 6 other kobolds. The back is very obscured by the smoke. I'm thinking maybe we could try and sneak in. Maybe I could grab a bunch of rocks, throw them out, see what kobolds we could get to go away, sneak up and kill out the ones at the door and try and get anyone out through the back and run out while we can, while trying to avoid conflict with everyone else at the front and around the perimeter.
So all we really need is a bit of distraction.
Yeah, I don't know if throwing rocks would attract any kobolds or anything. It might sound like footsteps or something. I'm not sure if you're very good at deceiving, and to be honest, I'm a monk. I like to be honest.
So you guys do.
I'm gonna peek down at Nick and go, and then tell him to come up to us.
Am I gonna?
Well, but then I'm gonna, when he gets like, I'm not gonna bring him all the way, but I'm just gonna be like, if you see us go into combat, or if you see things go south, back us up.
What do you see?
There's groups of kobolds and humans working together, and there's humans riding the
You
little
hear
dragons.
another kind of crack against the door with the battering ram.
We don't have time. If you see us, listen, you'll know. If shit goes down, you need to back us up, all right?
Wait, I have part of a plan.
You have a better plan than mine,
What if me and Haakon distract these guys?
and I sneak in through the back. Oh, all right,
It might work.
all right. If you guys, what if you guys need to pull them into the smoke, and I'll sneak through? At least if we're in the smoke.
I'm gonna. Upon hearing that, I'm gonna look at you. I'm gonna go. We both don't need to distract them. I could just go and distract them. You guys can go in together.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it's
There's
easy.
a lot of them.
And then I'm gonna just start
Listen,
walking
no,
towards that group.
wait. Only fight the group in the smoke, because maybe, hopefully, the smoke will obscure you, so the
group
rest don't
at the
come.
back, right?
Yes, in the
So
back.
I'm gonna start walking towards the group at the back and just walk.
Wait, before you do that, I'm going to put my hand on you and say, good luck. And I'm going to give you guidance.
Okay. Get a D4 for a skill check.
And then Katranar, we'll start looping around. Like, we'll get in a good position, try and sneak in through the back door.
I want to walk towards the group
Okay.
that's around the back,
Right.
and get the attention of all of them. Well, I just want to walk towards them and then wait. So I'm gonna walk towards
Okay.
them and see what happens.
As you walk towards them, again, for you, it's actually even more difficult to see because of the smoke. So you
So-
can't really tell that there's people in there. It's really hard to see
So-
until you get close enough to where you can start to see body forms. They all look focused on other things. You really get the impression that you could probably get one of them.
I'm gonna.
The smoke makes
Alright.
it really difficult even
Can I
for them
make
to
a
see. They're
perception check?
in the
Can I
smoke.
make a perception check for the biggest one?
There are 2 humans.
I can discern that they're the humans.
Yes.
No, okay.
Yeah.
I want to attack one of them.
Go for it. Go ahead and make an attack roll.
I can clearly tell the other figures are kobolds, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to.
Yeah, there's no. I'm not gonna throw a
I'm not-
kid in the
yeah.
middle of smoke on you, my guy. I'm not that mean. What do you think of me,
That's gonna be.
Timmy? No.
Nick's got the
The
blood
smoke
of an
goes away, and he's
innocent
like, "We
child.
got all the." Oh,
Oh.
that'd be terrible.
18 to hit.
18 to hit. Okay,
That's
so
the
that
kind of
definitely you have advantage though.
Oh,
You do have advantage.
Give me a crit. Oh no, it's not. No, 18.
Okay, 18 definitely hits. So go ahead and roll damage on that.
3 plus.
Okay.
Okay, that's gonna be a 9 plus a 4. That's
13?
Okay.
13.
So you silently begin to move your way up. You grab your massive greatsword and kind of pull it off,
Just tell me.
and you grab this guy by the shoulder, and he's like, huh?
That's a
And he
hefty
gets
blade to be
pierced
shoved in.
through the back, and you hear bones snap. His body kind of flies like in the direction of where the blade's kind of pulling out, and you kind of pull him onto it as you're bringing it, and it stifles what would have been his scream. And you pull that blade out. I will give you one opportunity at normal chance to make an attack at the other human.
I'll take
As
it.
after you
I'll
make that
take it.
attack, whether you hit or miss, they'll know that you're there.
I'll take it.
Okay,
I'll
go
take
for it.
Why not, man?
Ah.
It's at advantage or no?
It's not an advantage.
Okay, well, that's gonna be a 22.
That still hits. Go ahead and roll some damage. So you
Yo.
pull the blade out, almost like
Give me a
pushing him
6.
off, like he's not even worth it. Grabbing this bloody blade,
Doing 10 points of damage.
doing 10 points of damage, just decapitated, just clean.
I'll take
And
it.
the head flies off, the body drops. The kobolds at this point all look like they're kind of trying to cut into the door.
It's that back door, right?
Yeah, just that back door. One of them, at this point, you see the head kind of clunks off the top of his. And he's like, what? And he kind of looks up and he goes, hey, guys! And they all kind of begin to remove and they all kind of look at you with them. I'm going to need everyone to go ahead and roll me an initiative real quick. Pretty good stuff.
18.
With this one.
We all got initiative.
21?
25.
25.
14.
Okay.
Lord, dude.
Alright, let's see these kobolds roll. Okay, so 14,
25.
25, 24, 21. My bad.
Not that.
Alright, you're up first. Is it Haakon or?
Haakon, yeah.
It's Haakon, okay.
I like Haakon.
Want to make sure I didn't mistake it.
There are 4 kobolds on the door, right?
There are a total of 6
Wow.
on the door.
You got this, dog.
There are a total
I'm
of 6
going
on the
to...
door.
You're Haakon.
Can I run straight into the door? Because they're trying to, like, bang it open, right?
They're like cutting at it. They're trying to break parts of the wood.
Can
It
I...
looks like it's definitely been either barricaded or locked, so they need to remove the door. They're trying to break it down.
Yeah, can I run straight at the door and try and break through the door? Make a strength attack on it.
Go ahead and
Or
make an
attack
athletics roll for me.
An athletics roll?
Yeah. How long does your guidance last? You should have it. I just want to clarify.
A minute.
A minute. Go ahead. You can add a D4 to that roll.
It's a... You said...
It's athletics.
Athletics roll?
Yeah.
Plus a D4. Well, I mean, that's going to be a 16 plus 4 plus 6. I'm already at 22. So do I need to add the D?
Yes, you do. Yeah,
I do. Wow.
you do.
Okay.
Because they did barricade the door, so that would make
plus
it very
3.
difficult to
Plus
break
3.
through.
So that's 25.
25.
That's
All right, so you put the sword back in and immediately just start running at the door, and you kind of brace your arm and your shoulder, and you push one of these kobolds out of the way, and immediately throw yourself into the door. The actual lock, or like the handle of the door, shatters and buckles. The whole door kind of bends at a very just an awkward angle. It just kind of bends at the top and at the bottom as it's breaking off of hinges, and then whatever was barricading it falls over, and so the top half of the door falls with it, and so you kind of slide in over the top half of the door. You are now in the back. At this point, there are people screaming in fear on the inside of this as you have just broken in. You've battered your way in. There's a lot of screaming people, and there's a staircase that leads up, so they do not see you. There's a lot of people screaming. You're not sure what's going to happen. Mixtures of male and female voices.
Can I scream down or up the stairs, whichever way it is? My name's Haakon Guntz. I'm here to help. Please come and help if you can. And then that's my turn.
Okay. We will go ahead and go to Lux. You're up. There are 6 of these kobolds. One of which kind of got... I'll say the one, because you rolled a 25, we'll say you pushed him prone. One of them is prone.
Hell yeah.
I am going to firebolt the prone guy.
You're gonna
Okay.
kick him while he's down?
Go ahead and make an attack roll.
Or actually, there's 2 doors, right?
One's on the front end of the building,
Yeah, so it's...
but this is the back door.
And this one's the only one that's smoked.
Yeah. The smoke's from their fire, not from the building. The building's not on fire.
Oh, I see.
It's like putting a bunch of, stuff in like a toilet paper roll so that you can just watch it just billow with smoke. Kind of like stuff like that. It's what they've basically done with their fire. 17. That definitely hits. Go ahead and roll some fire damage.
One guiding bolt, 9 fire.
9 fire damage. The one on the ground, you immediately flick the flames of the few embers that there are. You pick it up and flick it over at him, and it peppers him. And you watch, he's like, and he just starts just howling as the body begins to kind of crisp up and lock in place. That one is done. Is that your turn?
Yeah.
Okay, that's your turn. We will go ahead and go to Arboris. You're up. What do you have to do?
Okay, I'm gonna sneak up. I'm gonna try and sneak attack one of them if I can.
Okay. At this point, they're aware that people are here, so they're not surprised.
Okay.
So you do have 2 attacks. Now, if you were to make physical attacks on them, the only reason why I allowed yours to be because he was pushed back. The ones that are immediately around the door, they are heavily obscured. So you could attempt to hide, because you can attempt to hide even when there's light obscuration from natural stuff, which smoke is. Or any physical attacks that you do, because it's really hard to see, would be at disadvantage.
Can I hide and sneak through?
You could attempt to make a stealth check.
What would it do? Oh, no. Like a fucking 9.
The 9? Okay. See. Nope. Passive perception is 10. Or actually, no. I was looking at the wrong stat block. Their passive perception is 8. So you do this really poorly. Like, you think, in your opinion, like you're like, this is easily the best sneak I could have ever done. You just walk right through them, and they watch one. All their focus is on the one, and you like just walk right behind them, and you get inside. You are officially inside. You're outside with 5 kobolds. It is the kobold's turn, so they're gonna go ahead and get up. They know that there's someone indoors, thanks to you. So they're gonna turn around. 2 are gonna turn around and jump inside. Well, technically 3 because you're massive and they need some assistance. So 3 are going to jump inside, and since you're the nearest one, you're going to have 3 people on you. You'll get 2 attacks. You'll get 1.
They can throw all 3 on me.
So we'll start with you. These are advantage. They have pack tactics. First one is a 14 to hit.
Nope.
Okay. You deflect it. The second one is a crit. That's a natural 20. Natural 20 on the second one. So you're going to take, that's 4 plus 2, 6 points of piercing damage, and one stabs you with a dagger. And then you're going to just get 1 attack. Now, you do have one of these other kobolds near you. He's just not striking, so this one does have pack tactics against you. But he rolled a 1 and a 4, so it didn't do him any good.
I'll take it.
Okay, the other 2 are going to go ahead and use the Rocks of Death, so let's be careful here, man. You might go down again. We have an 11 and a 21. That's funny, yeah. Okay. That is going to be 3 points of bludgeoning damage as you get pelted with another rock.
In the same spot.
No, because you didn't go down. That would have been funny. Okay, that's going to be the kobold's turn. At this point, at the start of the round, since you're outside, you see the other group that circles the building has just crested words. They've just turned around the curve of the building. You can see them. They've reached your eyesight. So you don't have a lot of time. They're inside. You don't have a lot of time. So you're going to have to come up with something this round. You're up first.
You said there's stairs, right?
There are stairs.
They go up or down?
They go up.
The people?
Yeah, they go up. So it's about 10 feet of stairs, a platform, and then stairs that go up to the left.
I'm going to look at you and I'm going to say this is all on us right now. And I'm going to step... No, you know what? Because there's 3 inside.
Yep.
Do I know that there's only 2 more outside with him? Like
You don't know that there's only 3.
3 more outside with him.
But there's roughly 3, because there were 6 when you bowled in.
Okay. My character is just going to...
Actually, you would have heard the one dying. There's probably 2 out there.
I'm going to make an attack on whichever one's closest to me.
Okay, you got 2 on you, one that was striking. So we'll say you attack the one that hit you.
Yeah,
Okay, go for it.
That'll work. That's going to be a 10 plus 2 is 10. No, 12.
12? That just hits.
Hell
Go ahead and
yeah,
roll some
baby.
damage.
Oh, ones, dude.
Oh.
Oh, man. Dude,
6.
that's a 6.
Okay, kobolds have 5 health, so you kill him. Yeah, you take your greatsword to slash it down. You don't completely eviscerate this guy, but you cut through the torso pretty good, like from shoulder to stomach. And the kobold goes down.
Can
No
I use
problem.
my movement to step outside and check on Arboris?
Arboris is inside, so you can check on Lux.
Sorry.
Yes, you may. One would get an attack of opportunity against you if you're okay with that.
Yeah, fine. Why not?
Okay.
Why not?
He loses his pack tactics.
Miss.
He does. He rolls a 13.
I'm saying.
You're leaving them for me?
I have confidence.
If I get hit once, I'm down.
No, dude. No, you're a monk, and you have 18 AC, bro.
All right.
HP.
Lux. All right. Well, you use movements you've gotten out.
I just want to step outside
Okay.
enough to. Can I get next to one of them? That
Sure.
He would be fighting.
Yeah.
I want to get next to one that he would be fighting.
Okay. And you're up. What would you like to do?
Surrender.
He goes, I cry? Is that a free action? Crying is always a free action.
Come on, dude. Knock him out. Knock them both out. What's your guiding bolt? Part 2. Encore.
Wait, how many is left?
2
Two.
outside. No, we need to.
I know math is hard, guys. I know it's really hard.
We need to get rid of it.
I
Math is bad.
I guess I'll twin spell guiding bolt again.
So let's do 5.
Okay. Go for it. Make 2 attacks.
So you're crazy.
These
bro.
ones are obscured, so it would be at disadvantage, though.
I'm still got
It would be a disadvantage.
That is the rules.
Can I use our bathroom while
The first one is
Yeah, go for it.
the first one's an
18?
18,
We desperately need you. We will yell for you.
and the second one is a
18
19.
and a 19?
Oh yeah,
At disadvantage?
at disadvantage.
Dirty little monster. Go for it. Roll some damage.
You better fuck them up,
Let me-
bitch.
Really? I mean, at this rate, because it's 46, you just have one of the numbers have to be at 2.
I wonder what it says in the chat. I can't read it.
Did someone post in chat?
There's like 3 messages in the
Oh,
chat.
whoever posted in chat, thanks guys for hanging out with us. We appreciate you guys. We love you.
I got the 11 for the first one.
Maddie said she likes your shirt.
Oh, thanks, Maddie.
Oh, Fuego said, "Yay, it's not too bad." He sent a bunch of hearts.
Yeah, we love you, Fuego.
That's
Huh?
12 for the second.
12 for the second one. Yeah, they're both dead. I don't know why you had to even compute the math. They have 5 health.
Anthony said, "I like your setup, boys. Much love."
Much love back. Much love back. Thanks for watching. We appreciate it.
I'm not sure if Anthony's still here, but we have one ghost viewer that hasn't said anything.
That happens. We appreciate you. You unnamed, joyous soul. Okay. So yeah, so these two. So
Oh, really?
you're drawing light from your kind of like divine energy, and you pull out another one of these like yellow flame bolts of just your internal wrath. You flick it up, and as it splits into 2, you just send both of them trailing downwards, and almost like we've seen earlier, they impact and then poof, they just explode. These 2 kobolds are a mess. You guys are able to get inside if you want to use your movement to get inside.
You're gonna have to drag me in, bro, because I'm outside too, right?
Yeah, you're outside, but you guys are on the back of the building. So for a moment, you're totally fine. So that's going to be your turn. You use movement to get inside. Okay, you get inside. You are currently engaged with 2 others. They're striking at you at the moment.
I thought
but
there were 3.
within. He killed one.
Oh,
So
you killed it?
yeah. So we go to your turn. You're up.
Okay. Alright, I'm going to unarmed strike.
Go for it.
Unarmed strike. Rolling well.
Go for it.
I don't think I think all I have to do is hit to kill him because my dex is a.
How many sorcery points is your
5.
food spell?
1. It's 1 per level. That was a 23.
Yeah, nice use of your feet.
That's a 23 for the first one.
What?
And then that's a 9 for damage.
Okay, first one goes down.
Hell yeah. Fuck.
That is still 1 point.
10. I didn't hit. I rolled a 10.
Bro, all
That's
that
Yeah.
talk.
Okay. So you punch one, and it almost like
It's okay. I've lived like 3 days.
you grab one kobold almost by his head and slam it into the wall. The body just collapses. The other one, you try to like swing out with your elbow, but you're a little high, and so he kind of uses his hands and kind of pushes up, and it kind of flies up just a smidge. That's going to be your turn. This one is going to go ahead and attack you
It's gonna miss.
with a 19.
The fuck?
Definitely hits you. So that's gonna be and that's gonna be 6 points of piercing damage.
Yeah, I'm down.
Okay, so as you kill his companions on the inside, he's like, ah! And he stabs downwards, like into your chest. He jumps up and stabs downward into your chest, and he drops the blade in, and he kind of just lets it go so that he can just drop on the ground, and you kind of like slump up against the wall. That's going to be his turn. He is completely unarmed, and we go to you.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
At this point, no one can see where that other group is. At the start of the round, they have moved closer, but you can't see them at the moment. You also don't know that they're there, but you saw them. So
And that thick fog is still outside.
it is, but the doorway makes it to where there's some illumination because it's kind of like this, and so what light can creep out.
Can I attempt to grapple that last one?
That's inside?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead and make an attack roll. Treat it like an athletics check. And if you hit his armor class, you
Nat
grapple him. Okay, you grapple him. Yep. That's your
And
action.
then can I know common, giant, or elvish. While I grapple him, I'm gonna turn to you and say, "What languages do you know? Tell him that we need him to tell his friends everything's okay in here." And then I'm gonna tell him in giant, common, and elvish, all just one after the other. Like,
Okay.
your friends are coming by. You need to tell them everything's okay, or we'll kill every single one of you here. And then,
That's a pretty long phrase to say in 3 different languages.
do I have time to do it?
I don't know. Do you?
Okay. Tell all your friends that everything's okay, or else we're gonna kill everyone here. And then tell all your friends everything's okay, or we're gonna kill everyone here. Tell all your
What's the
friends
language
everything's okay.
makeup? Which one?
Common, elvish,
Common
and
first?
giant.
Halfway through you speaking in Elvish, which you can tell this creature has no idea what you're saying. Just,
Oh.
no!
Yes!
I'm gonna bite you! I'm gonna eat you!
Is that in common?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, maybe in common then.
And then he starts speaking in a very guttural language. What languages do you guys
And
know?
then
I'm
I'm
gonna know Draconic.
I'm down.
I do.
You do. So he starts cursing at you.
I'm
A
gonna
litany
whisper
of
in his
curses
ear.
in Draconic.
Gold,
Um,
gold in his ear. In his
Gold.
ear just
Death!
over and over. Gold,
Death!
gold,
you die!
treasure,
Help!
treasure,
Help!
wealth. Alright, I'm gonna, whatever, attack roll, cut it
Okay.
in half.
Make
I'm
make
gonna
an
attack
athletics.
with my sword.
We'll say actually-
melee's
We'll
not
say
really
it's an
good.
athletics roll for this.
Okay. I will take it. Oh, shoot. Well, actually, that's fine. I have proficiency 6 plus 4 plus 4 is 14.
14. You are able to cut off his windpipe, so he gets out the first help. The rest kind of gets stifled as you're holding on to his throat. What do you guys do?
Okay,
Go ahead and make a death save for me.
I'm gonna look at you. I'm gonna look at you and I'm gonna say, go 13. Go up the stairs and figure out who's here, what they can do, if they can help. We gotta move. We gotta move now.
Wait, we're in the building right now.
You're
Yeah.
in the building.
Out?
No.
No,
all in?
You
we're
guys are all
inside,
in.
yeah.
The only thing is the door is like, you can push the door back up. Yeah, you can put the
Yeah.
door back up.
Like,
Would,
Oh,
if I
'cause I just
casted
thought-
mending, would that help more?
what's up?
That would actually, because it would fix the door.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so you push the door back up
Oh.
and you magically mend it.
shreds.
So it kind of
Big shreds.
the damage to the hinges are separate because those are separate items on the door, but the door itself is fixed, so it kind of nestles in the door frame.
Oh, you
And the
see-
smoke starts to it cuts off a lot of the smoke that was coming inside, which has billowed out a little bit, so it's starting to make it a little harder to see. Kind of cuts that off for a smidge, and it starts to only come in underneath the door.
Well, I was very worried before, but you see all of my worry kind of just
Wait, are these turns? Or like...
Ish. Yeah,
I was
ish.
wondering if I could also use prestidigitation to snuff out the smoke.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna. Yeah. Alright. So we're good now. I'll help him. Can we help stabilize him at all?
Yeah, any of you guys got some heals?
Coutre does. I thought you used all your spells.
We don't have any potions.
How many spell slots do you
I'm
have?
gonna pick him up.
Two.
I'm gonna pick him up and look at you and say, "There's supposed to be a
Nice.
second guy in this village who can cast spells, right?" And I'm gonna put him over my shoulder and start going up the stairs.
Okay.
pick him up and you
Oh,
bring him
yeah,
upstairs.
Yeah, because if he
Okay.
can cast heal wounds or whatever.
Okay, so as you guys run up, there's about 4 of the townsfolk who have a variety of farming tools who are at the ready for the first one to come up. And seeing you, they're like, oh, good. We're good. We're good.
We need help. We
And you
need
can
help
see,
right now.
see Adian's in the back, which, by the way, everyone here, for the most part, is completely terrified. Adian is the only one who seems to be calm remotely. He's like, I could have told you that. Did you not hear Haakon scream in the first place? Lux, bring it. And he kind of immediately moves over. He's going to go ahead and give you a 2nd level cure wounds. So we have 13 plus 4, so you have 17 points of health back. He heals you, and you kind of, as you come out of consciousness yet again, and you're on his shoulder, so he puts you down. You're like,
No, he was unconscious. Yeah.
You picked him up.
Yeah. No, he was unconscious, but I picked him up and brought him up to 80.
You know what? You're 100% right.
Yeah.
My bad.
No.
You get picked up. You get put down. You're completely fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now we're good.
Am I awake now?
So
You are? Yeah, you're absolutely awake. There's a lot of people in here. At this point, you hear one crash against the door from the outside.
Where's my book?
I can't believe I missed. What are we gonna do? We can't fight all of them.
I'm gonna turn to Adian and say, Barrett sent us to come and find you and help bring you back to them because
What a nice, just thoughtful lad. Yes. Time is pressing. They're starting to break the door down. I fear that if that happens, we are all going to become fertilizer for the next harvest. That's not going to be good. Do you guys have a plan?
run. That's as far as we got.
That doesn't seem like much of a plan.
I have half of a plan. We could,
That is better than no plan. Let's hear it.
we could crack open the door and funnel one in at a time. With all these people here, one kobold isn't gonna hurt.
Yeah, but
They'll
it's like
try
Brad
to
said
throw-
though, if the dragon finds out people are in here, we're
Yeah.
all done. All of us done. So
I thought I heard they have a dragon.
there's a dragon. Do you know?
You
that
start
are
to
there?
hear at this point other people. There's a mass panic that is now happening
I'm
because a lot of people that now realize there's a dragon outside, and there are people that are going to insert themselves in the argument. So I need you two, because you guys have produced the plan, to make a persuasion check to try to
Can I gain
help
advantage?
with some of these people who are going to now try to argue against you, being like, "But there's a bloody dragon! What? We might as well just huddle in here and die."
I'm gonna grab my greatsword and kind of just like semi-unsheath it and go, so there's a dragon, so what? And kind of shh, and go, you're all gonna live, and then put it back in.
It's all
Just give
fine,
us a
everyone.
second.
Calm down.
Yeah.
Us and Falcon Moon are talking. We have a good plan. We'll get you all out of here.
And then now we
Okay,
can-
go ahead and make a persuasion roll.
Oh, it hopped out. Yeah. What'd you get, dude? Oh, I don't have a proficiency.
Regardless, your lives are precious and you should take care of them.
I only got 11.
An 8 and 11.
I rolled a 2.
They're like, "Oh yes, because the two of you can go kill a dragon. We're screwed. We're dead.
Listen,
We're all dead."
listen, we're not here to
At
fight
this
this
point, you
dragon.
hear another crash while you're talking. Another crash up against the door. At this point, with where the door's at, there are cracks large enough to see through.
Listen, you guys want someone to take care of this? Alright, I'll go take care of this. And I'm going to walk downstairs and I'm going to hide and wait in a stealthy position for someone that I see fit to walk by and try to assassinate.
On the back door?
Yeah, whatever door they're breaking down.
Wait, are there enough people to hide everyone?
No, there's
No.
like a lot of people.
No, these people have to get out of the building.
Can I turn to 80 and say, so what is the fastest way to the keep?
Are there any windows?
There are a few kind of like ceremonial windows, but they're higher up. They're not up against the walls.
And are there any kind of underground passages? Or do we have to travel on street?
We're a farming town.
Yeah, but you never know. There's
They're
culture.
like foreigners, man, foreigners. And they kind of all move off, and you see 80 goes,
Okay.
"No, there's no underground tunnels. The best way to the keep is going to be along the river. But I'm assuming that's safe. You guys came from the back door, which would have made sense if you came from the keep. You came from the keep, right?
Yeah. That's just the only problem is that there's a patrolling group, so we just don't know if we pop out at the same time as them. But I guess our sneaky friend here could go and take a look and see, when it's good for us to come out of the tunnels and everything.
At this point, you hear another crack, and looking at the door, you start to notice that the doors look like they are beginning to sag on their hinges.
I'm gonna.
They have maybe a few more moments before they will break, and people will be in this temple.
I'd like to do something. I'm going to.
No, not that door.
I'm going to hand Coutre my rope. I'm going to say, listen, you should probably just get them out of here. Maybe break them through the window. Me and him will hold them off until they can get out, and maybe we can get out with you, all right? But we'll hold them off until you can get the people out.
The rope is up, or the windows are up. They're not on the ground level. So if they climb up, people will die.
Oh.
Yeah, people will die.
So you're saying they're breaking down a door, right?
They are
It's
breaking
not
down the
door.
front door.
It's not the door we came in.
Nope.
It's a different door.
Very
Okay.
different door.
Okay, everyone, they're breaking down a different door. Let's go. Everyone move now. And I'm going to start ushering them back down the stairs. And
Okay.
just say,
Um,
go down those stairs now. And I'm going to go to the door and brace the door. And
Okay,
turn to
at
you
this
guys
point-
and say,
at this
"Get
point-
these people out."
Adian, because you guys had failed your persuasion checks to get the people to be on your side, Adian goes, everyone, listen, follow their command, okay? If we wish to see another dawn, we must listen to them. Shantae would not bolster our lives by sheltering us in her underneath her great guise. As you can see, there's a tree in like the back corner of the temple. She would not shelter us under her boughs if we were not meant to be rescued and plucked. Every plant has time to harvest. This is ours. We must leave. Follow them. Get out. And you can see they all start to move kind of at that point one by one. They kind of move in pairs, almost by family. There's roughly about maybe 15 or so people here. As they begin to kind of filter out so you're going to go brace the door. That does take another hit, so they don't break down just yet. You are very positive that in one more strike, these doors will go down. They will be off the
With
edges.
or without me bracing?
With or without you bracing.
But if I still
they are
brace it, will they
damaging the
come through?
doors. You can try to hold the doors up,
Okay.
but at that point they're not locked in place. So the damages to the structural, they will get in. It doesn't matter if you're bracing or
Can
not.
I hide and wait for a sneak attack on them when they break through?
On the people?
On the enemies breaking through the front door?
Yeah.
Because you're gonna get fucked. Because they're gonna break through and you're right there.
Yeah.
So I'd like to hide so I can fight with them.
Okay. There's a lot of people outside.
I'm gonna run when I can.
Here's what I'm gonna
Just
say.
Usher just until there's
I'm gonna
time
give
to
you guys a
run.
few opportunities here to come up with an idea. Just so I'm very clear as to what the outcomes might be. The people are leaving. If they don't have protection, they will die. They can't fend for themselves. But you might be able to prevent more from dying quickly with the distraction of being inside. There are a lot outside. However, you might die doing that. So you can flee with them and have to focus on keeping everyone hidden, which would still be difficult. Or you can try and stay and fight and see what you can do.
You're gonna die, warrior, or run a coward.
We're not gonna die. Let me think, because here's what we do: we get everyone onto the stairs, and the three of us form a line. We back down the stairs. We back down the stairs together, a line of three of us, to save as many people as we can, and then we'll peel one by one. First, second, third, we'll all peel back and start running behind the people. That way, none of us hold this door and brace and all die here in this room together. We can always do it on the stairs down there.
But
if it happens,
we're staying in here to stall for that.
But yeah, no, yeah. I mean, well, let's. I'm gonna hold the door, and then you guys get to the stairs, and then I'm gonna get back to the stairs with you. I mean, really, we should all just move back to the stairs together.
That
And
door is
as
going
the
down
people-
with or
As
without
the
you.
people are all in the stairs together, we then form like a line on the stairs and just back down the stairs together to the door to leave. Because I figure the three of us standing in a line like that, at least it's 1v1v1 every single way.
Okay.
With the kobolds while we
When
buy
they
time,
come
and then yeah, we can go attack, run, attack, run, attack, run.
I would say I want
Or-
to hide, and because if I can get behind them when you guys fight them, we can get flank or something, you know, or like I don't fucking know. I don't know. I don't know.
That's
No,
That's
you're
true.
probably right. You're probably
Here's my only question is, Because they're only going to have one way in the room. So they're only going to come through one person at a time. But
Two doors. Double doors.
There's the one on the
Coutre needs to be
No,
behind.
no. Double doors.
it's a
That's what I'm
double
telling you. If that door breaks, it's
Yeah.
going down.
No,
People
yeah,
will
it's-
get inside.
Yeah, okay. The
You
door's
need-
too big.
It will turn into a bloodbath.
So
We should protect Coutre because he can't take any hits.
Okay. So, yeah,
He should
so-
stand behind us and just fucking.
Well, I was under the assumption that like the people are heading for the back door.
Yeah, the back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like
So that's what I'm saying is we all go to the back door, but there's that set of stairs that we came in because you had to go up the
so can we
stairs.
get out before the door breaks and just like sneak our way out?
You might be able to.
Okay.
But we
Depends on
risk more
Depends
people
on where
dying.
that other group is.
But I mean, if they get in and see them, they'll be going back in.
Okay. We have 10
Okay,
seconds
okay,
left
okay,
to come up
okay,
with a
okay,
decision
okay. So
before that door's kind
I'd
of
never
down.
take the chance to try to sneak away instead of having.
I'm gonna hide inside the house and wait.
oh no, dude, just run. I'm with him. Let's get follow the people out the back door and just hope for the best. Because we might be able to.
Okay. So you guys are moving?
Yeah, back door,
I guess so.
Okay.
or okay.
Okay, so you guys usher people out the back door as quick as you can. By the time all of you are down in that little section by the stairs, the doors just get thrown open. You hear one last crack. You hear a large thud as most likely the battering ram gets dropped and people are running inside. There's a bit of screaming, which gets lost in a smidge of confusion. There's like, "Ah!" What? And you can see he's like, where'd they go? And you can see one is going to attempt, they're going to look around because they weren't ready for no one to be here. You can see this one kind of,
We can see them.
no,
Okay.
you hear them.
Okay.
Because you can't see him, you hear kind of like a quick silence, which allows you guys to get some more people out. He turns, he goes, we are so screwed. He goes, we just let all of those people go? And he goes, you know what, it doesn't matter. We're here to take stuff. Just take everything. Just get it all out of here. It's fine.
Hell yeah.
So they start gathering as much as they can. You start to hear a clutter of sounds. One of them kind of goes outside. It's like, hey, we got in. There's a lot of stuff in here. And the other group begins to kind of maybe move that way. You don't know because you never run into them as you make your way out towards the river. You guide.
Good call.
You guide the group down. They make their way back to the keep. Now you guys all make your way back through the keep, through the sally port, and kind of guide people in one by one. There's some people that are meeting family, so there's some kind of like happy, relieved reunions in that brief moment. There's others that are kind of like realizing that there's still people that they, that are out there, and others who are already, with, they don't have anyone that they're looking for. The men get sent off to kind of help prepare. You can see Harbaugh Nighthill, the governor, is here, and he's present down here with you as everyone's coming through. And he goes, oh, I'm so glad. And he's like kind of like letting everyone know that, he's happy that they're alive, they're okay. Adian is kind of moving around to some of the people that have been here. He finds Bear, then he goes over to him. You can see Nighthill goes, we are in your debt for saving a lot of our people. Thank you. Thank you.
Just repaid.
You can see the castellan kind of looks over and he goes, can you stop stoking their egos? The night's not over yet! At this point, the dragon makes another swing through. You hear it roaring as it flies overhead. And it crashes against the ground right outside the keep. And we're going to go ahead and take a quick break before we get back to that. It crashes on the ground in front of the keep. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break. Yeah, we are going to go ahead and take a quick break here. So everyone watching, for those of you that are, we're going to take roughly a quick 30-minute break. Gives us some time to get our drinks back together, snack a little bit, rest up for a smidge, and kind of get ready, go to the bathroom, all the fun stuff. So we will be back in, we'll say at the current moment, we'll say 8:25 is when we will go ahead and be back. So
We appreciate everyone that's been watching so far. We are excited for the rest of what might happen for our adventurers of Greenest while they try to defend their home from this invasion. We will go ahead and take our break. So we'll see you guys soon.
Bye-bye.
welcome back, everyone. For those of you that are spending some time with us, we were taking an eye at the chat while we were on our break. We were seeing some numbers. We appreciate everyone that's here. Thank you guys so much. It means a lot to us.
Thank you.
All right, so let's pick up where we left off. So last we were at, to recap for maybe a little bit of some of our people that are showing up a little bit throughout, the village of Greenest, your guys' home, has been suddenly and unexplained assault. There's a massive adult blue dragon that is flying overhead and just scorching the land with his lightning breath. And a series of these small draconic-like creatures, these kobolds, are running amok with human bandits and mercenaries and these quadrupedal drakes that are kind of acting as almost these like wolf equivalent for these people. They're breaking into these homes. They're taking as much as they can. People are dying, but you've noticed that doesn't necessarily seem to be the goal. You were fortunate enough to not just save a family that was on its way to the keep as you made your way there, but you did also rescue the people that were stuck in the Temple of Shantae and aiding Falcon Moon. As you guys made your way back to the keep and recognizing your accomplishment, the dragon decided that enough was enough. And it crash landed right outside the front of the keep, its claws churning the earth and ripping just huge gouges across the hillland as it lands down, and kind of the wings are flapping and redirecting it from its momentum, because it's not just a perfect drop. It slammed itself down. The pure terror has got a lot of the militia guards, you can see, has frightened a lot of them.
Does the building shake?
It's
Well,
not dead.
The dragon didn't crash into the keep. He landed right outside the keep.
Darn it.
And as he turns himself, he looks at you, and you see his mouth is he's got this open mouth that is starting to just creep open. You can see strands of saliva that kind of spread out, and arcs of lightning that kind of, as it kind of wraps around his snout, this massive horn across the front. And you can just hear this just shallow breathing. From the darkness, a secondary creature strides into the dim light. Of the dying fires that surround this keep, although it is shaped roughly like a human, it stands rough 7 feet. Its skin is covered in blue scales. Its fingers bear wicked claws, and its face has the muzzle and reptilian eyes of a dragon. The creature stops about 8 yards from the main gate, which at this point is still open. The people that are on the other side, as you guys are on top of the walls, are kind of like, at the ready! And you can like, hold, hold, hold! You can hear Sergeant Markneth that's down there kind of like, everyone stop! You see a line of kobolds that fan out behind it, kind of circling the keep walls. Their spears are at the ready, and they prod forward 4 human prisoners into the dim light. You can make out a woman, a teenage boy in a blood-soaked tunic, and 2 children. Then the half-dragon creature hails the keep. Defenders of Greenest. This has been a successful night, and I am feeling generous. Do you see these 4 pitiful sacks of meat? Useless prisoners. We have no need for them. So, I will trade them back to you. Send out your best warrior. Have him fight me. And you can have these 4 in exchange. At this point, you can see Mark Guth, who's down below, so you can't really see him, but you can hear as he kind of moves forward. He's like, Ellen? Ellen! And you can hear some of the guys like, no, get him! Hold him back! And you can see the Castellan Escobar has to actually like turn over and go, oh, damn it. All right. Take him back that way! He looks, they have his wife. Oh, this isn't good. At this point, Governor Nighthill actually moves up to you, and he goes, my friends, you've demonstrated your prowess all through this frightful night. I realize this is going to be an awful burden to ask of any of you to bear. But even a single one of you has a better chance to defeat that horror than anyone in my militia has. Even Escobar.
Well, I think I'm best at taking punches, so I'll go first if that's what we must do.
I'm gonna look at you and just kind of. You sure?
my
Well.
insight the humanoid
Sure.
kind of get
Yeah.
You talking about the dragonborn?
Yeah. Make a nature check. I'll describe him a little bit more clear, or an insight check. Sorry, not nature.
I'd rather die giving full lives, new opportunities than
I got a 6.
6?
surviving.
Okay. So I'll let you just take of this kind of maybe just a base impression. 7 feet tall, blue scale. He himself has a singular horn that protrudes from the muzzle of his blue draconic mouth. He's got, from what you can see, he is actually pretty well armored, and a large portion of like his forearms, his legs are kind of left open. He's got a tail that kind of spans behind him. His feet seem to be greaved, but they don't cover the toes, and he has massive kind of like clawed feet, and these clawed hands that have vambraces across the wrists, but nothing kind of crazy on the hands. Now, for kind of his weapon or his armor, you can see he's got like what appears to be some type of heavier armor. You can't really tell what from this distance. And he does seem to also carry with him a spear and then a great sword strapped to his back.
I'm gonna, upon you saying that you'll fight him, and
You can hear, at this point, he's still down there. Do I take it that no one finds themselves worthy to fight me?
I'm gonna respond back to that. Will it be a fair fight?
You see, he looks around. He takes a look at the massive dragon behind him. Seeing as I could kill you within an instant, it would be a fair fight.
I'm gonna turn back to you.
I just want something worth my time. It has been boring.
Are you sure, dude? Out of game, are you sure? 'Cause I'll take this.
I mean, yeah,
Are you sure?
I'm sure, yeah.
Alright, then in character, I'm gonna look at you and go, alright. And I'm gonna walk back to Lux. And I'm gonna stand shoulder to shoulder with Lux.
Like, I'm just looking stressed out. Like, I don't even know what to do.
Yeah, I'm shaking.
Yeah, go
My
ahead.
hands-
Actually,
my
I want
hands
you to
are
go ahead and
shaking.
make a wisdom save for me.
That's a dirty 20.
A dirty 20. So, you have every right to make any bodily autonomous choice you wish in regards to your fear. You are not paralyzed by it. You are looking at the object of one of the worst things you've ever seen in your life. This dragon is massive. The actual dragon that's behind this half dragon is ginormous. And while there's people that are shaking, you are afraid, as you stated, but you are not crippled by it. So you can still choose to do what you want. You have that freedom. So I'll give that kind of back to you. But
As I'm walking down, I want to like cut off a bit of the rope I have in my pack
Mhm.
and like tie it around my knuckles as if I'm like getting ready to really, go all in.
okay. You see, you walk down, and he kind of sizes you up a little. Again, he's roughly 7 feet tall, so he kind of looks down a smidge as you're walking out, and he goes, "An elf is all that you have. This is gonna be easy."
Can I give him a tap on the shoulder while he's walking up? Like, you got this. Guidance.
Sure. So
Guidance.
for the next
It's all
minute, you have a
cut.
D4 that you can add to an ability check if you needed to make an ability check.
Okay.
So with that,
It says-
he goes ahead and takes his spear. He flips it around and stabs the blade end of it into the ground. He then unsheaths this massive greatsword, bigger than Haakon's. Flips it around, stabs that blade into the ground.
I'm gonna
He
nudge
stands tall.
Lux on the shoulder and say, "That's mine when he wins."
He stands tall. I'll let you pick which one I kill you with. Do you want to be skewered, or shall I slice you?
Is
in
the
half?
spear a lot longer than the?
This spear? It's not
I would say lengthwise, it's nothing crazy. The blade edge of it is actually pretty intricate. It's kind of got like a curve to it. So if it were to stab all the way in, that's gonna hurt. Like it's gonna just completely eviscerate you coming out. That would be the only thing crazy to it. It doesn't have like any crazy.
How long is it though?
I'd say like your traditional spear. Spears don't have reach for the concept of.
But if I was fighting like on top of him, would he have disadvantage to try and hit me?
No. No. He's purely just asking you what you want him to kill you with.
Oh, a man doesn't know how to fight with his fists. Huh?
No, you can pick. You can pick the spear, or you can pick the sword. I will kill you with either.
That was a good play.
Well, why don't you pick the spear?
Very well. Go ahead and roll initiative.
Fuck my life.
That was a good initiative roll, though. Hell yeah.
Okay, good roll.
23.
23. You're up first.
Baby. That's what I'm saying.
I'm gonna go in for an unarmed strike.
Okay, you run straight up to him. Go ahead and make an attack roll.
His ass.
17.
17.
Or actually a 19.
19 hits. Yeah, 19 hits.
Yeah, the AC is gonna be 18. Sort of. Alright, so damage is my 2-4. Okay, I got 8.
8 points of damage?
Yeah.
Okay, so after you tell him to go for the spear, he reaches to grab it, and with his immediate distraction, you all from the top watch as he, like, bolts forward. He immediately pushes himself, he runs up, and with everything, he throws one punch straight into the sternum. And you actually, what you can tell, his splint mail that you could see actually kind of, like, bends a bit at the impact. And you can see, it actually, he grabs the spear, and it does kind of like, he has to stand in order to take it. Like, this was a punch that was good enough to send someone of normal height and size flying. He stands and takes it. That's it. My turn.
I have another attack.
Go for it. You're right. You have your bonus action. Go for it.
I got a 19 again.
19. That hits. Go ahead and roll some damage.
Yes, a 9.
9 points of damage. Okay. We got 8 points and 9 points of bludgeoning damage. Okay. And with that, so he looks it down at you as he's like, "Is that it?" And you go, and you just wham as you like punch him across the jaw, and his whole head kind of.
Fuck. This is gonna be a bitch and a half.
He's gonna go ahead and action surge.
And what level is he, bro?
He is gonna go ahead and throw a total of 4 attacks at you.
He's way higher than level 2, dog.
He doesn't have a level. He's a creature. But he does have the action surge ability. So his first hit is going to be a 25.
Yeah.
Then he's got a 23.
Yeah. I feel like I'm just down.
One is an 18, and the last one is a 10.
Only the last one misses.
Only the last one misses. Okay.
I'm pretty sure I'm just down.
Okay. So on the first one,
One.
you take 10 points of piercing damage.
I'm down.
That's it?
Yeah.
Woo! Okay, so he just looks at you, and he's just like... He grabs the spear, which he did put back down for just a brief moment. He grabs it as he moves with a speed that you have never seen of something this size. As he's getting ready to because he's going to action surge, he's getting ready to unload a series of blows on you. He picks it up, and he kicks it with the back of his foot as he twirls around and skewers you from behind. And
Yikes.
you watch, because his back's to you guys, you watch the edge of this blade poke out of, like, his lower abdomen. As it picks him up, he takes him, pulls the blade out as he pulls the spear out from underneath him. He turns and watches you drop to the ground. You're clutching the wound, and you're on your knees with your hand on the floor, just grabbing onto your stomach to, you know, if this thing was any deeper, it would have ripped a hole open so wide that you would have watched your life literally drain. And you look up and you're like,
No.
and he looks down and he goes, "Oh, why are you getting all choked up now? You got nothing to say?" He looks up. "This is the best you have?" And with his second attack, he just completely rams it
Don't do
into his back. As he walks past him, he rams it into his back and impales him to the ground. And he's like, and he drops. You see his body lifeless. You take 2 death fails,
Yeah, that's what I thought.
and he pulls the blade out, and he goes, "He'll die. Someone take that." And he kind of hands the spear off, grabs his sword, and he sheaths it, and he goes, "Very well. Send them the prisoners. Have a great night." Alright, everyone, let's get out of here. We've done enough in this shithole. And everyone starts to start meandering off. They push all the prisoners forward, who they kind of stumble for a second. Again, like one of them is bloody, especially. They stumble for a moment,
Can I
and they all hesitantly look down at Arboris before they all immediately just go, "Yeah, he's dead." And they sprint for the keep. All of them are just running at different paces. Marguth runs out, picks up his wife, embraces her tightly and holds on. You see Adian Falcon Moon and Barrett are actually running out even further. They go up to you. They do reach you, so they're going to cast Spare the Dying, because they have used all of their magical
Are
abilities
there
for the day.
any of the dragon's allies that we can see that are straggling that I could
Make a perception check.
reasonably try and attempt to catch one?
Catch? No, but I'm letting you make a perception check.
It's gonna be 10.
10? You don't make out any good, facial features or anything that might be, impressively marking. The only reason why it even catches your attention is because of the color. Whereas this blue half-dragon creature was wearing this purple, splint armor. There's a human, or what appears to be a human, at the most, a humanoid at best. And they are wearing a series of leathered armor with purple robes that kind of surround as on a clasp as a cloak. And they turn around and just walk away. It looks as if they were supervising with what was happening. And once this creature has had his fun, just turns around. It wouldn't have caught your eye if they weren't wearing purple. That's the only thing that catches, because this is the only time, since you have been looking throughout the night, this is the only time you've seen 2 individuals that have been wearing the same, something of similar.
Can I still see the blue dragon one? It's still inside.
You honestly have an idea that this creature isn't a dragonborn. This would be something completely different. You've heard tales of creatures that have, it's the perfect blend of humanoid and dragon, whereas dragonborn is more of the culturally accepted because they exist in bigger numbers. You're pretty positive this is a half dragon, where it's split right down the middle. He's literally half blue dragon. He's not dragonborn. He's not a blue dragonborn. He's half blue dragon, and it shows with a lot of the markings. He has the horn on the front and all the same kind of scale pattern, everything. And he was with this blue dragon. The blue dragon gets up, does one final just massive booming roar, which kind of gets everyone down to the ground as everyone, and you can see more lightning kind of crackle. He shoots one beam into the sky, just as it flies outwards. You can see it kind of it goes into a set of clouds where it kind of as it crackles, and then and then just starts to fly. You are currently unconscious.
Do Barrett and Adian save him by chance? Because I'm also
They
going to
cast
make my
Spare
way
the
over
Dying.
to his body.
They cast Spare the Dying on him, so he's not
Just check you out.
dying. He's not
Stable.
dying anymore. He's stable.
Hey there, buddy.
He's just unconscious.
It is not fun.
Well,
I'm gonna turn to Earth and 80 and then say, is there anywhere more comfortable we could move him maybe so that he's not stuck out here on the street?
Yes, we've you can see Aiden kind of looks over. We've secured a bed in the keep at Nighthill's request. He'll stay in the keep for the night. There really isn't anywhere else to send him. You can see at this point it's starting to get a little bit louder as the Castellan's kind of walking down. He's like, "Alright, we gotta get a complete total count of everything that we've lost. I want to know numbers and I want to know people." And he's starting to direct people. He's like, "Marcus, send your family inside the keep and then you're spearheading the temple side of the town. I'll go ahead and take the mill. We're going and pat," and then he's kind of directing so the conversation kind of goes. But that's the like booming ambience as you're talking to Adian, and he's like, "Yes, right. Well, we'd probably be seen pretty nicely now if it wasn't before. He's alive, by the way. He's just he could have died. Right. But yeah, he's alive. Fortunately, thank the Golden Mother that he's still with us.
Do you know anything about the person that came?
I've heard stories from traveling passerbys that have asked for blessings from any god whenever they travel. It tends to happen, especially if you have traveling merchants that sell agricultural goods. We've heard that there have been increasing bandit attacks along a lot of the roads in the south and on the eastern fringes, even past Elturel, even the Holy City. Nothing that has ever approached any major settlement, so I think a lot of places put it off, and I didn't think it would ever look like this, if it's connected. But I can't imagine a lot of people would be afraid while they're traveling. Well, I mean, they're relieved to travel north. I guess I can see why.
I'm gonna pick Arboris' body up and just start taking him towards.
You can see that Barrett has already been kind of assigned to that.
Okay.
So he has like some of the people that were rescued from the temple as like a gesture of thank you.
Oh.
They go and take him into the keep.
Okay.
Nighthill, you see, approaches, and from the distance, because it's almost like if you were to send someone to like the emergency room and everyone's kind of moving quickly and you kind of have to watch them all go. You can see Nighthill goes with them, and he seems to put 2 glass vials kind of on the side of this plank that they put him on. So go ahead and add to your inventory, because you chose to stand up to the people of Greenest, that you have 2 potions of healing that you'll receive in the morning. You are unconscious for the remainder of the night, though. But that's what you get for standing up. Yes, they are just potions of healing. Okay? Yeah, so they send them off. At this point, fatigue has started to hit pretty hard. I mean, you guys are physically getting exhausted. Even magically, like, you've spent a lot of your resources. You've pushed yourself towards, physical limits and arcane limits for the night. I'll allow you guys, if you choose, to do anything else for the night to maybe kind of assist with what's currently happening, if you can think of anything. Otherwise, you get the impression that people are intentionally ignoring you as almost like a sign of like, well, yeah, like, but we didn't go out and nearly fight a dragon, so like he can do what he wants. So you can turn it in for the night if you choose, or you can continue to help. It's your choice.
I'm gonna turn to you. Do you have any inclination to do anything? Or are you?
I mean, I'll help him get. This place really got destroyed. See if I can maybe find any clues from where they came from.
I mean, I'm more than open to go and help Escobar too. So that's out for exhaustion. So we'll go and approach Escobar and just see if he needs help with like whatever he would want us to help him with, because he seems like he's got a lot of just general stuff to do. Help him with that for a little bit, and then
I'm asleep for 8 hours, right? Is Escobar
I would say maybe like
Yeah.
you get maybe like a 10 or 12 hour sleep because you nearly died, so you have a lot more to rest up for.
part of what you will have in the morning, you are going to have a scar across the front part of your torso. They were able to magically mend where the spear exited your body, but on your abdomen where the spear blade had entered, you will have a kind of like a diagonal scar that kind of runs in kind of maybe I would say like 5 inches that they weren't able to heal perfectly, but they were able to mend the body because it was such a huge tear. The blade was big this way, and so when it entered, it forced your stomach open a lot further than they thought.
Can I, when we help Escobar though, can I...
Escobar.
Not Escobar.
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 He's in another keep.
Can I have a conversation with him though? Do you want to be present for it? or no?
You can. He's getting ready. You would have to catch him like as he's getting ready to take people out on the. So on the way that kind of like Greenest, because again the keep is on the hill that's on the south end, and there's the river that kind of acts as the natural border. So the town kind of stretches out in front of it. He plans on taking people west, because there's a mill on like the far, maybe like southwestern edge of the town that he wants to just make sure they didn't damage too much. There are a series of other kind of just major kind of like I would say like local mercantiles, so like your tailor is down there. They don't really have like a blacksmith, but they do have someone that smiths like farming tools. So he's making sure that like all those like their forge and all their stuff's good. And then Sergeant Marcus is taking everyone off to the east where the temple is. They want to reclaim the temple, make sure the temple to Shantae is fine, and then that's where a lot of the residential homes are. So they're going to go check out a lot of those as well. So you can catch him before he's getting ready to leave. He sends people out and he turns and kind of sees you as you're approaching.
I wanted to ask because I heard talk about a bunch of like caravan raids happening down south. I just wanted to ask what you knew about it.
Right. Well, I won't lie to you. I haven't really heard too much. I don't really get to talk to too many travelers. I'm sure you probably heard from Adian. He brought it to my attention at some of our small council meetings a couple times that maybe we should be a little bit more mindful for banditry on the roadways to get a little bit more hectic for people coming and going, at least locally. We thought to maybe put some people out there, but as you can see, it wouldn't have done any fucking good.
Is it
dragon?
You don't know if it's like an organized group or if it's just different people all making their bucks.
Are you asking me if I think that a bunch of kobolds, humans, and whatever the hell came out my keep gate, if I know what they are? Is this not working? I thought your friend got hit with the rock. Look, I know as much as you, and that frustrates me heavily. So I can't offer you a lot. I don't know.
Did you end up seeing if the dragon did come from the south?
I honestly was asleep.
You know, the first one.
I'm sure a lot of us were.
Or any of the
I
guard
remember that Marcus was the one that got reported that there was a dragon on the way. I can't remember the lad that rang the bell, but I know he's not with us anymore. Yeah, they rang the bell. The whole keep was up within moments. Took me, I'd say, just had to get my breastplate on, and here I am. I'm just wondering why that dragon didn't come and destroy our keep. That's what I would have done. I would have cracked this place like an egg. They gave us a safe place to run to. I would have ripped that from any person I was going up against. Well, then again, if I had a giant dragon, I could do whatever I want to. And at that point, he does kind of then start walking off.
Before he goes completely, I wanna call out Escobar. Is there anyone who spends most of their time in the keep, or who is
Yeah, Governor Targo. Yeah, up on that hill. Other than that, I mean, we have our small council meeting when Adian and I are advising Torba on some things that we want to accomplish. Other than that, there really isn't too much. People coming and going. We have some people that, I mean, the guards, the only ones that we have that are actual guards, but that's the militia. Don't get me wrong. guards can fight, but I'm pretty sure most of them now have to go change their clothes.
That's it. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, he
So
turns
we'll
and kind of leaves.
We'll leave. So we should talk to Margaret, and we should talk to Torvald.
I mean, honestly, what it looks like right now is they weren't really aiming to destroy the town. They were more looking to show a big threat.
They said it themselves that they were just here to take stuff, not to kill people. I mean, otherwise they would have tried to kill all those people that we were getting out of the temple of Shantae.
But why?
That's also what I'm wondering. That's why I'm thinking we talk to Torvald and kind of ask him why, just see if there's anything interesting about the keep, or why the dragon wouldn't, attack it immediately, or maybe, the dragon has specific tactics that aren't in relation to the city, but I would be willing to bet that Marvith and Torvald both know some things that could help at least clear up some of the air.
It can't hurt to ask.
Do you want to ask them separately or together?
Yeah, together.
So you go to first.
Well, let's go to Torvald first.
Tarball?
Tarball, yeah. Tarball.
Tarball Nighthill?
Tarball.
Tarball. Nighthill. And then Sergeant Margaret.
Let's go to Tarball.
So you go find Governor Nighthill. He still has his hand kind of splintered up, or his arm, and at this point, he was walking with a bit of a limp throughout the night, but you can tell that since he is heavily leaning on kind of like a standard kind of like walking cane with like you kind of clutch around like the top of it as you're walking, he's leaning heavily on that. So you get the impression that, throughout the bulk of the night, he wasn't really caring about his leg in order to kind of stand with a lot of his fellow townsfolk. He kind of sees you as you're approaching and kind of walks up. He's gonna make it. Yeah, we checked. He's fine. He's gonna have a nasty scar in the morning. Probably he's gonna be pretty pissed. I gave you a couple things that out of Adian's apothecarium. No, not my help.
We appreciate
I know the three of you were close.
Very much so.
So if you want to check on him, he's just down the hall, and if you take a ride around where it kind of circles around, you'll have to take the stairs up, and there's a room on that platform we have him in for the moment. More of a makeshift space, but was there anything else I can help you for the night? I'm sure Escobar has many things that could be done if you are trying to look for help, or if there's anything I can do.
I was curious if there was any kind of significance of the keep, because it was rather clear to me that the dragon's attacks, or just the dragon itself, never really came near the keep, and even when he did, he acted in a very respectful manner. I'm not privy to
If I knew
dragon behavior.
Right, if I knew how a dragon behaved, other than what I've heard in stories that we tell children, legends that are told throughout time.
But you're a religious man, right?
Yes.
So you would, to some extent, be a superstitious man. Would there be any kind of superstitions
That's a
in
common
regards to
misconception.
the keep?
That's a common misconception. It depends on the god that you follow. I follow Torm, the god of courage and self-sacrifice. So, there really isn't a lot of room for fearful superstition. If you wanted that, might I recommend you find the goddess of luck in her followers. Search for Timora out there. I worship Torm, and getting too old for this shit. I'm not gonna lie.
I'll have to research that in Torm. I'm sorry to bother you.
You're not to bother. You guys have done enough. The three of you, have done enough for this town. More than enough. I've already heard people speaking highly of you. Just you in there, which is good to hear so quickly. So I'm sure you will have a bit of a heroic status here in Greenest for a few days, maybe months, is my assumption. You guys nearly tackled the dragon. Don't let it get to your head if you can. You're young.
Can I make any kind of check on this guy's behavior?
Sure.
Right now.
Yeah, go ahead and make an insight check.
That's gonna be a 12.
12. Biggest thing that you always get off of Governor Nighthill is he's very particular on how he speaks. He has always been a firm believer that words are important, so he's very particular in how he speaks. It's not in any way, shape, or form to like falsify or mislead people. He just believes that ambiguity is problematic. So he's very particular in how he speaks, and he has a genuine care for the people of Greenest. Like I mentioned earlier, if there's ever a surplus, he doesn't bring that profit into the keep and go, I'm going to sit on this. He goes, where does Greenest need that extra profit? Do we need to repair the mill? Now they might. Do we need to go, do we need to go add another few homes? Are we running out of home space? So that's how he cares for the people. That's why he's been governor for a few decades, which is, not really common in more rural lands. Governors can die. If like a bandit raid happens, they're expected to go defend. He's governed because of his heart. So,
Anything you want to say?
I mean, just one quick question is,
yes.
do you know
Absolutely.
anyone, like, relatively close to the area that would know a bit about dragons?
Dragons? I mean, you try your luck in the, see, well, actually, what? And he turns over and he goes,
Oh,
Beth, and you can see Beth actually starts making his way down. He goes, first off, how's Arboris? Arboris, right?
Arboris.
How's Arboris? And he's like, well, he's gonna be fine. He's totally okay. He's gonna be sore. Other than that, we gave him some poultices to kind of clean up the wound and ensure no infection. We gave him some, milk of the poppy and ensure that he has a comfortable sleep. He'll be fine. He's going to be sore in the morning, so you guys will probably need to help him out, but he'll be good. And you can see, he goes, Tarball looks at him and goes, the two that arrived earlier today, where are they? Have we found them at all? You see, Gareth looks over and goes, I honestly, no, not at all. I haven't seen anyone.
Can I insight?
Yeah,
Something
of course.
unfortunately
can I insight that one?
Sure.
Meaningful. That's 20.
Nat 20. You get the impression that his hesitation is purely because he's actually like physically trying to remember, or mentally trying to remember like who he's talking about. So this is probably someone that he hasn't seen enough, or he saw so briefly that he threw it out of his mind within a second. Like he is intentionally having to be like, wait, there were two people that came. Who were? Have I seen them? Kind of a deal. And when he says no, you get the impression that it was just because he was trying to be like, no. He looks and goes, there was, Barbara looks at you and goes, there were two individuals that came in earlier today. Yes, there's a human and an elf. I can't remember for the life of me, but they came in and they said they had something to speak about, and they were scholars from Campbell off to the north, and that they expertise in draconic lore. So, I mean, I guess I would redirect your questions to them, but we haven't really found them. They came in briefly this morning. They were passing by. They were trying to travel, I believe, to Eltura, and they wanted to use us as a byway around. Kind of.
Did they have any noticeable maybe symbols?
Hero. That's no.
Well, they were pretty. They traveled pretty lightly, actually. I would say they reminded me a lot of Arboris and how he kind of, like
I get what you mean.
Right.
That makes sense. So, and you didn't get their names at all.
No, not a, I I'd only met them for a brief moment. I think the human was named Nassim. I remember he introduced himself, but the other one cared little. He just needed a place to sleep and he wanted to travel through. So,
But they were both men.
but yes, absolutely, yeah. They were both male, human and elf. But outside of that, there really isn't much else.
Okay. I think that's it for me.
Mine still lives from that rocks.
I appreciate all of the help that you did, Mr. Tarbo. We're gonna go check in on our friend Arboris now real quick. And I'm gonna start making my way towards Arboris' room.
Yeah, absolutely. Go for it.
Is it late enough for him to wake up yet? Or is he still just gonna be asleep?
Oh, he'll be asleep the whole night. Yeah, so you guys can like go hang out with. But he's out. He's out for the remainder of the night.
Sleep in a chair next to him.
How cute.
Well, I'm gonna go up into the room. Are you coming with me? You're coming with?
I'm sleeping in the chair next to him.
I'm gonna sleep in the chair. Damn it. I'll sleep on the floor. Alright, well, we're both gonna sleep in the room with the boys.
All right. So you guys sleep through the night. You guys all benefit from a long rest.
Long rest.
Go
Go
to
back.
bed.
And you guys wake up in the morning.
No.
Not yet. No milestone yet.
Well, I guess it's because I'm the DM.
Can we change that rule?
Have it been the player.
He's over here. Siri, how do I delete someone's DM stat? No. Yeah, I'm just gonna cast Power Word Kill next time I fight you. That's what I'll do. So you guys wake up in the morning. It is for the most part pretty calm. You get up. It's a warmer morning than normal. And a lot of that has to do with a lot of the heat that some of the buildings have been producing overnight. And they were able to put out a lot of the fires. But as you wake up, there's still a lot of smoke that is still leaving some buildings, and there's a lot of just torn land. You kind of are leaving the keep and seeing remnants of your earlier battle, your earlier battle in the day. Your home has been completely destroyed. Yours has been ransacked and looted, and yours is fine. Yours is fine. It was.
Hell yeah.
It's you don't know. Some houses are like that, and you look through and it's like houses that have like their doors kicked down are almost completely picked clean of anything valuable. A lot of people are returning home, and there's the occasional body that people are still in the morning trying to identify, trying to figure out like who. They were able to get all the bodies together, so that it's a very macabre procession that's outside the keep where they have all these bodies lined up, and they're bringing family members kind of calmly to be like, hey, do you recognize anyone here? For those, because even though Greenest is a small town, it's not like, yeah, I know everyone here is small. So there's people that are realizing that some of those their loved ones that they haven't seen, they will never see again. And you guys are kind of walking through and helping out in small areas where you can as you're kind of moving through the town. And as you do that, a young man walks up to you. Now he's limping heavily on a very bandaged left leg, and he actually has to call out from a distance, "Hey! Hey! Tiefling! Elf!" He's like shouting out from a distance.
Hello there.
As he gets closer, he's like, "Hi, I'm the name's Nassim Willadra. Is there an Arboris Greenleaf here?"
What? Well, yes, you're speaking to him.
Which, by the way, quick fact: while you were walking through, there's a lot of people that are like they're all pointing at you. You have like a little bit more of like a hero status in opposed to the other two, because you were the one that fought this half dragon. So it appears as if people maybe had pointed him in this direction to find you. And he goes, "Good. I came here to meet with you. My master and I.
Can we go somewhere private?
We can't really. He's not here. We were going to explain everything when we got here. Leosin and I, we really were. But this had all happened, and he decided it was the perfect time to get this idea in his head that I think the raiders took him, and I think he jumped on board with them intentionally. I think he got himself captured.
For what?
I'm under the impression it's for information. Leosin's a very intelligent man. Even in the worst of situations, he's already thought 3 steps past where you even can comprehend. I imagine he's doing it for information. And I think I have an idea why, but we need to save him first before I can confirm it. Because if he's there, he's going to be able to confirm everything that I might theorize.
Well, I'm definitely for saving him, as I need him.
I'm gonna butt in as well and go. We talked to Tarval last night. He was telling us that the scene actually knows quite a bit about. So I think we should probably trust this guy.
Well, yes. A little secret I've been keeping is the man he was with is actually the person I've been waiting here for. So,
Oh, Leosin? Or
Yes, my master. He's a monk from Bare Dusk. He disappeared last night after we fought a particularly savage battle against raiders. A few others and I, we fought our way to the keep, and he didn't make it with us. I thought maybe he was fine. I trust him. He's my master. He's taught me everything I know, and here I am with a broken leg, ish. I went back to look for him, but all I found, he pulls out a choker and like the bottom half of like a quarterstaff. This is all I found of him. No body, so I think he was taken, and I think he did it intentionally. Because he always wears this, and he kind of lifts the choker.
can I inspect
We've-
the quarterstaff?
It's a quarterstaff.
Like, it's broken or no?
It's broken. Yeah, it's like the bottom half of a quarterstaff. Yosin and I have been investigating these raiders for months, and like I said, I fear in order to infiltrate them that he's currently in their hands. No one understands these raiders more than him. His knowledge will be valuable against the days to come.
No, are you saying that all of the raids that have been happening along the southern stretch are all under the same group? Or is that at least your hypothesis?
It's a bit more complicated than that, but yeah. Listen, if you guys can, I would love to go with you and help, but I fear, and he kind of looks down at his leg, which again, it's pretty heavily bandaged, and he's heavily limping on it. I fear that only slow you down
don't push
heavily.
yourself. Don't worry about pushing
If
yourself.
you can go out and find him and save him, it would be monumental to our survival. I've already sent one of my other brothers back to Bare Dusk to get help, but it could be days, even a month, before we get anyone. Time is of the essence.
I'm willing to help if you guys are.
Wait,
Bless
can I
you.
insight his
Yeah.
Bless you.
Go for it. Make an insight roll.
Bless you.
Well, of course I want to help.
That's a dirty
30,
I see
20.
We talked to
So a lot of what you're listening, one of the things that you pick up on is because you were told that there are scholars of Candlekeep, and Bare Dusk is on the opposite side of Greenest between you guys and Candlekeep. So it would make sense that if they were scholars from Candlekeep going to Bare Dusk, that they were traveling through Greenest. Especially if they have to now go to Bare Dusk. You were originally told they were heading to Elturel, which is one of the holy cities. And so it kind of makes sense geographically. That kind of checks out. You can tell there's a heavy concern for his master, but also you get it with your dirty 20. You get an underlying impression that he has kind of like a burden of failure on him that is kind of driving this need to go save someone that he feels like maybe he lost, but he's physically incapable of doing so, which is why that burden is so visible for you. So you pick up on it immediately.
I'm gonna go to him and then put my hand on his shoulder and say, "Thank you for letting us know. You've done everything that you can do, and we'll do everything we can to save your lives."
You can see the shoulders kind of like drop a little. There's an exhale, pretty relaxed. I wish I could feel okay. I will when he's back alive. Please. But I appreciate your words of encouragement. It's definitely needed in times like this.
Have some faith.
Sure. I'll have faith in you guys. So what do you guys want to do?
We could either go after the leads now, or we could either
You mean Marcus?
or Market.
Yeah, it's like Marcus with a list.
I don't know why I have it written in Market.
I don't care.
And Marquette is really only going to tell us who saw the dragon come, where they saw it come from.
Mhm.
That might still be. Yeah, I say. Yeah, let's go talk to Marquette real quick. You want to go talk to Marquette? We're going to talk to Marquette.
Okay. You go find Sergeant Marcus. He is at the, we'll call it kind of like he's where the bodies are, out front of the keep. He's physically acting like a shoulder to cry on for some of the people that need it. But, one of the first stages of loss is denial. There are some people that, seeing people that they care deeply killed are very frustrated. And so he's there to kind of help contain that, but also relieve some of the initial, maybe like just natural stress that people get when they're identifying people, to confirm that they're lost. And he sees you guys approaching, and kind of looks over. He sees you, and he walks up to you and he goes, "I need to thank you." And he grabs you by the arm, like by the forearm, and he puts a hand on your hand, and he kind of holds it firmly. "My family is alive because of you, and I could not repay you any more than with my own life. I thank you so much."
Don't bother paying me with your life. There's a reason I saved you. Get it? Haha. Now take care of your family.
I'm going to step in.
He kind of walks off,
Marquette.
and he kind of walks off with this, or he begins to with like this. Okay. And then you go ahead and stop him, and he redirects his focus.
Marquette, sorry, we just needed to stop you for a minute, because in our discussions with our good friend Escobar, he was telling us that it was your men who had reported to you first where the dragon was sighted, where it was coming from, this, that, whatever. We were just curious, was it coming from the south? Or did it come, where did it come from?
The dragon?
Yeah.
Yeah, the dragon came from the south, but I don't think that's where the raiders came from. They came from all over. They were. I'll be honest. When the bell was rung and I reported to the individual who was letting me know there was a dragon, I saw with my own eyes that winged beast fly right over our keep and start destroying the first sets of homes. When we all rushed out, there were people everywhere. So that's when Escobar arrived and said we needed to get everyone into the keep.
It's like the first episode of Attack on Titan.
Do you know why that dragon didn't target the keep?
No.
That was a good question. I thought that was a good question, but yeah, no, they don't seem to want to answer that question. I think that's something we're gonna have to figure out. However, that's fine. That's really all that we came to ask you about. Thank you. Okay. We'll get out of your hair. And I'm just gonna turn around and walk off.
Turn around and you walk off. You guys kind of depart from the keep and kind of like the main thoroughway of Greenest.
Now,
You have some time today to prep and maybe get some last minute stuff. There's no shops to go to. There's nothing that's functional right now. But because you guys are here to help, if you guys could give me with, a general idea of like some basic equipment that you feel like you would want, I will let you know if Greenest has it, and they will offer it to you. So if there's maybe anything that you feel like you might need, anything you feel like you might want, that is something that a small farming village may have. I will let you know if they have it, and if they do, I'll give it to you.
Can I get a pack of candles?
A pack of candles.
Or not really a pack.
They can get you a pack of candles of a variety of different lengths of time. They honestly just go get candles and just give them to you. Yeah. So you can mark down that you have 3 candles, and you might want to mark them as candle 1, candle 2, and candle 3. Candle 1 is the one that seems to be most used. So it's in what would be kind of like a ascending order, where you have the smallest at front and the biggest in the back. So candle 3 is the largest candle. If that ever helps you with any ideas.
Are matches a thing that we can get?
Matches? No. You can get flint and tinder. They would have flint and tinder. Yeah. No. You have fireballs. You're fine.
I'd like to ask for a piece of bread.
A piece of bread. Yes. You guys are fed.
Can I get some rope?
You could. We'll say for the sake of this that they're able to get you a 25-foot hempen rope.
How about you got 50 rope, dog? Well, carrying around that much rope, it just looks like we're compensating at this point.
Anything else?
That's not good. Well,
Okay. Okay. Everyone good?
Yep.
All right. So, you guys have finished kind of just preparing some stuff. You guys are ready to go ahead and track where the raiders have gone. So, in order to do so, because again, throughout the town, there's a lot of footprints to track. And it was very chaotic. So, there's a lot to kind of go over. So we'll say you guys spend maybe the next hour or so, depending on how well you roll, trying to make some sense of these footprints, of the tracks, and maybe starting from the farthest ends of the town and maybe going in. So like if you can't tell on the outskirts, you guys start to make your way in to maybe get an idea where everyone kind of conglomerated before spreading back out to see if there was a pathway. So go ahead and make for me, if you guys can, a perception check. And this is a group perception check because you guys are trying to do this together. So that needs a certain amount of successes.
Got a 17.
Okay.
I got a 14.
18. Okay, so you guys are looking throughout the edges of Greenest, and you actually find that the path, while you originally thought to potentially, you were mentally preparing for this to be really difficult, you do spend about an hour searching, but you guys are able to pretty much determine that the footprints of both the beasts, so the quadrupedal creatures, which have bigger footprints, as well as the kobolds and humans that are traveling, they travel, from what you can see, roughly eastward of out, and past where the actual bend of the river goes, and then the trail leads south, and you can tell it leads for quite a while. Now, the footprints, once that pathway's become defined, with the 18 or the 17, right?
Yeah, 18.
You had the 18. With your 18, once the pathways become more defined, the footprints appear to be a lot deeper than when you were originally picking up on the trail. You pick out, you just notice that.
Seems like we might be actually getting closer.
pathway extends for a long space of time, and they've had hours to travel. And I'm talking about the pathway right outside the town. The pathway looks deeper the minute it becomes a defined path. The minute you go, this is the way that they're heading, that's when the footprints are visibly deeper than anywhere else.
And you spot that out to us?
The bipedal creatures.
Mm-hmm. Yep, especially theirs. Yeah, they're a lot deeper.
They're going to be the freshest ones.
Either that or they got bigger.
They're roughly 12 hours old. And they're the same size. They're just deeper. They're depressed into the ground.
No. They got heavier because they stole stuff. They loaded up the dragons. They're like, here, there's all the gold.
Yeah, but why is it light first and then gets...
Because they filled up as they pillaged. They got more stuff and as they got more stuff.
Pathway?
Yeah, they leave the
Like
same way they come out.
But it goes like the same footing.
So what I meant by that was the minute the pathway becomes a defined pathway. So it's not like you're walking across like a series of footprints going, that looks quote unquote like the pathway, but I'm not sure. And then go, oh, because the footprints are heavy, this is the pathway. It's when you're like, there's a lot of footprints here, there's a lot of footprints here. These footprints are heading in the same direction. Those ones are heavy. Yeah. So, yeah, they head south. And from what you guys can tell, especially from kind of like the range of the like, natural like geography, I would say, you guys would be heading to kind of like a series of like rocky plateaus that are within a series of hills to the south. That would be, in your impression, because you're an Outlander, the best place to go. And it's roughly 12 miles away. So you would have some travel time ahead of you. But if you were trying to bring anywhere, so if you were trying to go anywhere where you could rest after something like that, that would be the only thing south that you can think of. So you guys can travel down there, and traveling through the area, the land between the plateaus is, for the most part, largely flat, broken only by what are outcroppings and wandering streams in these different like steep-sided gullies. The plateaus jut roughly about 100 feet above the surrounding, so it definitely kind of creates this elevated difference. And from kind of like the general outlook of that land, you find an area where you guys can, for the most part, kind of just like camp and relax, not necessarily to camp and sleep, but just to maybe find yourself a small place to sit down and kind of rest for a while and maybe get a short rest in. Get some opportunity to just make sure that you guys are ready for, what comes next. You're dealing with the people that have destroyed your home, and you just want a moment to kind of get together, prep for that. Takes, a few minutes, and then you guys can see pretty easily, several miles to the distance, the plume of what appears to be kind of like your traditional campfire smoke.
Sure.
Just one. So not a huge encampment. So you see that, and it definitely seems to be caught within maybe some of the earlier expanses of the hill areas. So what would you guys like to do?
There's only the one plume of smoke.
One plume of smoke that you can see. You don't see another like large plume or like a series of plumes. It's one plume of smoke off in the distance, a few miles from you guys.
I'm gonna look at you guys and go, I think we go and check it out and just see what it is. Because if it really is just a couple people with that one campfire, no issue. What we're looking for is what we're looking for. What color is the smoke?
Gray.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's not like super smoky. So it looks like a traditional campfire.
And are we still following footprints? Just now?
Yeah, you guys are following the footprints. Yeah, absolutely, you guys are still following the footprints.
And we haven't seen them diverge at all, right? There's not been like two separate days. So
There's been times where you've seen like what appear to be like stragglers come into the mix, because you've seen like when you're walking, you're like, you notice a series of footprints that kind of bend outwards, and you're like, okay, someone joined back up with the group here. So you've noticed some spaces where it appears that stragglers were left in the group. This could be another set of stragglers, and maybe a day or so behind.
That's what I'm saying. This may be a good set of stragglers that we can cut onto. So we maybe not even want to introduce ourselves yet to them, but just follow them and see where they end up. So
Well,
I guess
always
we'll,
like we could do some investigating and just spy on them.
That's what I'm saying. We don't want to get close. No, we just watch them.
Well, how close? Like how much watching do we want to do?
Just see where they go. Really.
See if we see anything. Can we see all of the people? We can't see them yet, can we?
No, we don't move no closer.
Yeah, as you guys move closer, you eventually get to a point and where you can notice, and you can observe them even for a few minutes. You notice a set of humans, so there's roughly 4 of them, and about 8 or so of these kobolds. Now, the kobolds and humans are distinctly separate in a group. They're not intermingled, and in a few minutes, the thing that you notice is that the humans are acting in this moment as if they're superior to these kobolds. It's pretty much as effective as like bullying at this point in order to get the kobolds to do what they want. But that's what you notice. But there's not like between these two, there's not like a we're a group kind of a thing.
All of us notice that?
Yeah, you guys can observe for a few minutes. No difficulty. They're focused, as you can see, because they're like want to walk by and kind of like walking near one of the humans. He like pushes him over, and he's like, "Get out of my way!" He kind of moves past. Like, oh, sorry, and he kind of like stumbles over, and mutters under his breath.
We all notice that, or
Yeah.
just
Yeah, you guys notice.
Maybe we could get the kobolds to turn on the humans.
this could be a numbers game. Yeah, we could kobolds be humans, and then us be humans, and humans be kobolds, and then us be kobolds. But yeah, no, I agree. Or, but wait.
Or
It's
we make
just
them
the-
all surrender.
Wait. This is just the camp. It's just them. Like, we just want to watch them and see where they end up. We don't need to do anything right now.
Well, we could interrogate them. What if we try and pull one out from the side?
They would notice. It's a small group. It's only, what, 12 people? total?
You don't think anyone will go out to the forest just for a second to wander?
We're in a desert, right?
Well,
No,
Where are we?
you are in a hilled area,
So,
grassy plateaus. Think grasslands with hills.
is there trees or no?
Maybe like
Maybe
a
sparsely.
tree. Maybe like a tree. I wouldn't say trees.
But is it, would the grass be tall enough that if you were to duck a kobold down, it would hide it? Darn it. No.
No, you guys are like intermixed between like a rock, a tree. Like there's things that exist that can cover you.
No, I get you. So,
And they're caught kind of amongst like one of the lower parts. So there's like kind of like a rock wall that kind of surrounds them from a part of where the hill starts to turn into these kind of like rock plateaus. Because again, they grow to 100 feet up. So they extend for quite some time, and there's good coverage. So they're kind of around there. There's different areas kind of within. You can wait for someone to step away if you want to. You would just need to make a series of stealth checks to see if you can get up to one of them.
I would like to do that.
Okay. So you go ahead and kind of push your way off from your companions. Move a little bit closer. Go ahead and make an initial stealth check for me. And it'll be against their passive perception because you get the impression that they're really not concerned about someone being near them. They're pretty confident.
14.
14. Okay. Yeah. So you sneak up on them. You can tell based on their natural sense that they're pretty much unaware of your location. Go ahead and make another stealth check for me. This one is to be able to patiently wait without being seen for someone to step out.
That one.
And that one. Okay. Okay, so you get behind what would be kind of like another rocked area and are waiting for someone to find their way out and wander off.
I'm behind a
You
rock.
notice that it doesn't happen. Eventually, you take a peek to kind of see like what's going on.
Oh, jeez.
All the humans are gone.
Oh, really?
Just the kobolds are left.
That's what I was worried about with the humans running.
Can I roll a perception check to see if I see any signs of where the humans go?
Sure. They just raptured.
Yikes, dog.
Give me up,
I
Scotty.
like a 10.
It's 10. You get the impression that they probably went further because that would be really the best way for them to go. Would be further, maybe catch up with the rest of the group. But you can't see them, so you can't really confirm anything. You just assume that they probably went in the direction that you
Can I try and stealth up closer to the camp to see if I can get a better, if I can see the humans walking away at all?
I would say you could with disadvantage because they're very much aware of where you are.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah, you're patient waiting. They saw and they were like, "Let's go," and then they left.
17.
Okay.
Wait, no, that is a 9. Thank God. A 17 and a fucking... It looked like a 2, but because of the dot right there. See the dot? That's a 9, but it has a dot right there, so I thought it was a 2. Okay. So it's 9 plus 7.
9 plus 7.
So 16. 16.
Okay. They will go ahead and make a perception check to see if they can see you, which they fail. So the kobolds do eventually lose track of you, and you can make your way back to the remainder of the group.
No, I wanted to go deeper in.
You want to go further in?
Yeah.
There, you really would just be stepping right out into the open. And there's 8 kobolds, so like you could, or you can use the opportunity to step back.
So you could.
But I wanna see if I can get a better view of where the humans went.
They're gone, bro.
They're for the most part. Yeah, they're pretty gone.
Okay, then can I throw a rock to try and bait one of the kobolds out?
For what?
To kill it.
I would say that you have a pretty good idea that if the humans have left, that the kobolds probably know where you're at or know that someone's here. Because they're no longer like
Then I'll stealth back to my group. Then, yeah,
Okay. You stealth back to the group and are able to make your way back, in which you guys are.
We're making s'mores.
Guys, the humans are gone.
Hey, that was the natural one. Was your friends lit a fire behind you, and that's when they're like, "There's people over there. We need." That's what it was. So you come back and you see them making. They have a small encampment with a fire, and
How'd it
there's
go, man?
Everyone, the humans are gone. We need to hurry and follow them. Only the kobolds are left behind.
Can I
We
insight
need
that?
to hurry now.
Sure.
I just want to know why the humans are gone. 15.
15. The humans are gone because he said so, and you trust him.
Damn it.
Yeah, he has given you no reason to distrust him. So that's what you know. Is the humans are gone because Arboris has said the humans are gone. And if the hobbits got taken to Isengard, you'd believe him too.
Let's say. So, do you want to follow the kobolds, or do you want to attack them?
The kobolds look like they're safe. They don't look like they're leading anytime soon.
Do they even have any stuff to camp out with?
Yeah.
They do.
Yeah, it's a small encampment. Like, they look kind of like stragglers. Like, they haven't caught back up to the group. They don't look like they're in a rush.
Well, I figure we try and interrogate one of the kobolds, see where the humans went if we can't figure that out. But yeah, I guess we need to get rid of that.
There is still the pathway, so you guys could avoid them. and just keep moving.
I think we should avoid them.
You guys know the general direction of where they go, or where the group is heading. Just understand where you can risk yourselves currently and make it maybe a little bit more difficult further on, or you can make it easier now and potentially make it a little bit difficult when you're trying to come back.
And they
Because
don't.
the more people that are behind you, the harder it is to get back.
They don't care about these kobolds at all. Right?
No, these humans give zero care in the world. These ones. Some of the other ones you've noticed were marshalling some of the kobolds. These ones were basically bullying. Yeah, they were not nice.
Screw it. Let's skip it. Let's go around them. No need for bloodshed if it's not necessary.
I mean, if you want to go around them, I'm more than okay to go around them. We could try to buy them.
I don't think
Just
they
be
can
around.
use money right now.
Just be around. I'll follow you guys. Either way, then. Well, actually, this. Yeah. Okay, well, let's try and sneak around it. We're gonna have to go the long way around them. No.
Kind of, but not really.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of, but not really. So, you guys could pretty easily kind of maneuver around where the stragglers were left. You guys travel for maybe about an hour before you find out that there's another group further on, and kind of as you approach where you can kind of get a better idea, and you guys for the most part are staying off, in maybe a nicer, undetectable area. They're a little bit more armed. And what you can tell about these ones is there's one that looks a little bit more, I would say, martially prepared. He's got a long sword strapped against his back, a series of daggers across one of his boots. He definitely looks like a more proficient mercenary than some of the others that you've noticed. You see maybe 6 more of these kind of piecemealed armored. 4 of them are the ones that you saw earlier. And so a lot of these people are kind of on alert. And there's 2 that kind of point out a little bit more uniquely. They're wearing kind of black leathered clothes, not really armor, clothes, with this half cloak, almost like shawl, that covers kind of the torso and maybe parts of the arm. And it kind of wraps around. And kind of it has the opportunity to cloak up. They're not wearing it like that, so they're cloak for the most part. The hood part is down. And from what you can tell, they're, for the most part, distant from the other 7. There's 2 of them. They're a little bit more distant, but they're together. You get the impression that they're in charge. At least in charge of this group.
And they're separate, kind of?
Yeah, they're a little bit separate. Kind of like how the kobolds and the humans earlier kept themselves separate. They're a group. They're really not. This is similar. And these 2 look like they carry some element of authority to them. You're not sure.
I'm not sure.
You definitely get the impression with the amount that's here that they're definitely not something you guys could handle in a head-on fight. So you could also try to maneuver around them and see if maybe you can sneak past them undetected. It would just require a group stealth, or you can risk it for the biscuit.
You guys don't want to stop and watch them for a second, do you?
Well, what if we could pick off one of them? This would be very good because look how trained these men are.
But even if we did pick off one at the start, it still wouldn't be needed.
Well, I'm not saying if we fight the rest of them, I'd like to get rid of them and then out without anyone knowing if there was any bloodshed.
That seems oddly likely.
I think you doubt my stealth capabilities. He doesn't know about last time.
I was just saying, man, this seems like a risky biscuit to go after.
Well, what if
we're just going after?
You have a better warrior's impression. The one that's more martially armed looks like he can handle himself in a fight. like pretty well. It looks like he's been through several. So he alone would be an equal fight or tough fight for you. Alone. There's 9 other people with him.
Plus
In
those
no way,
two-
shape, or form is this
plus
a
the
manageable
two
fight.
fucking assassin
You can try it.
motherfuckers who are
You
gonna
can
have some
try it.
cool ass sneak attack.
But you get a very visible impression that they're not something that you guys could.
I'm gonna make a rope gag and give it to Coutre and say, if I pull someone back, I need you to show him up with this. And then I'm going to I want to like hide in the bushes and wait and see if if anyone comes out by themselves.
No,
No.
they don't do that.
Fuck.
They're very aware that there are people that are potentially encroaching. So
That
they
is very
stay.
risky.
Yeah, you would either need to sneak around them
Or go for it.
or go for it.
That's what
Those
I
are your
say.
options.
I say we sneak. If you guys are okay sneaking.
Well, I don't think we can win going.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. We
Okay.
sneak around.
Then let's make a group stealth roll.
Yeah.
Let's make a group stealth check and see if we can get past them.
We're gonna fight them anyways, and Nick got a nat 20.
Okay.
Trey. You guys roll.
11.
Okay.
Or wait, mine's 13.
Ready to die?
You guys make it past them. You guys do make it past them. As you take an opportunity when they're heavily conversing, to be able to use the brief distracted time. And it was purely by your awareness of them as a group. You're like, now's the time we go. Now, as you guys push back them, or past them for quite a while, and this is something that you're a little bit familiar with, this group functions as a very particular concept in group travel. They're a rear guard. They lag behind in order to ensure that if someone does come back towards a group or approaches a group from the back, that there's a better sense of protection, or they can send someone up. You've seen that happen before in your past. So you move around them to avoid the people ahead potentially learning that you're on the way. Now, as you continue, you eventually reach what is very evidently a pretty decent-sized camp. Now, it's nestled into kind of the divot of a plateau in which the rock walls that surround it ascend up to even 150 feet high. It's very well kind of covered. You worry and are relieved to see no evidence of a blue dragon nearby. However, the ground ascends inside where the camp is, because the camp's in the actual chasm of the plateau. It ascends a bit, so there's a little bit of an elevation where the camp is, clusters of tents, and in the middle of that space, you see one person that seems to be roped against a wooden X. His arms on both sides, his head kind of dangling down a little. Jesus. No. And there's a weird, draconic symbol on both tips of the X. It looks like a gaping dragon's maw with no teeth, just kind of like a curve, almost like a bird's beak, that kind of wrap over where the hands are locked.
Does it look like a trap?
Into place. No, it looks like where you would post someone up. So this person's simply just being held, and this is where they have him.
Is he clothed?
He's clothed. He's got a huge kind of leather, I would say kind of like a brace that kind of covers his torso that has a belt component that wraps around his back. He's got simple clothes. You can see kind of where his clothes are a little bit more open in the front, so you can see parts of his torso. He's got a little bit more tight-fitting clothes, kind of a little bit further down. It makes sense if he is a little bit more on the monastic side, and he's kind of got these gloved hands.
All three of them.
There's an individual in black robes with these scaled and pointed, horned almost, shoulder plates, who's got a curved blade. You guys can't hear any of this because they're far enough where you can see it but can't hear it. And he's making some scene, and there's a lot of people. You hear sound from the group. A lot of and the blade gets cut across the chest.
No.
Not deep enough to kill. You see the body kind of rear up as he kind of picks himself. Before you notice that blue half dragon appears, brings the prisoner down and pushes him forward, and they start to direct him. You see there's a massive cave right on the other side of the cave, and they bring him into that cave. And that's where we're going to end. That's where we'll leave it for next week. That is where we will leave it. As you guys have approached the Raiders camp.
What's in the cave?
That's a very good question. I think we'll find that out next week. That was a great session. No one died.
Almost. But no,
We did almost lose some people. No one died. Nice work, guys.
Hell yeah.
And we will go to the Raiders camp next week. We have some leveling up to do, but we'll do that here in just a moment. We don't need anyone else. For everyone that has made it this long, if you have made it this long, thank you guys so much for being with us here today. We super appreciate it. Anyone that's ever decided to support us on this day, we tremendously appreciate. We really hope you enjoyed our session as we journeyed through. Just a reminder, the Tyranny of Dragons, Hoard of the Dragon Queen. While our hometown of Greenest was caught into flames, we are going to figure out together why. We're really excited for the remainder of the adventure. We will pick up next week at 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Please feel free to catch us. We will eventually be posting these to our YouTube channel. We'll release everything out. If you haven't caught us on social media, you can find us at the Couch Co-op 5e on Instagram. That is where we are primarily posting at the current moment. We're working hard to get a source on Facebook and other social media platforms. We're working bit by bit. We'll work on it. We'll get what we can. We appreciate everyone. We hope you guys have a great rest of your week. Stay safe. Have some fun adventures of your own. And have a good night.
Good night.
Good night.